Greatest Streamer System. By author, ShuviLily. Chapter 201-250. Misty Forest. Just as its name implied, it was a forest filled with trees similar to willow trees. The leaves were yellow in color, and they exuded a thin mist from the red flower that blossomed on its trunk. Thus, the forest was filled with mist that rendered views to only 10 meters. However, mercenaries had mapped out the area and put torchlights as a guide for anyone who needed to enter the forest in order to hunt or gather materials. The steam train only stopped outside the forest this time, keeping its distance from it. Max walked toward the forest fearlessly while reading the parchment given by Hunter. Tromax is a small monster, only around 2 meters in size. Its body resembles a lizard that can run with 2 legs and has small arms. Its claws are sharp, but its fangs and sturdy tail are the main weapons it uses to attack. It's said if 2 Tromax with different genders met each other, they would start making children. The last time it was recorded was 10 years ago, and 100 Tromax are born in just a week after the couple are spotted. What is this information? Is this real? 100 children in just a week was just crazy. It's as if Tromax is a factory to make children. Spoken like a true Confucius. Factory to make children. I mean, you're not wrong. This monster's power lies in numbers. Literally. Right. The chat agreed with him. Max entered Misty Forest, and soon, his vision became pretty limited. He could only see 3 lights coming from the front to guide him and the exit behind him. Well, this game becomes horror real quick. He commented with a chuckle. Inside, however, he felt a little bit scared. With his vision getting pretty limited, he could be ambushed from all directions. He couldn't lower his guard even if his quest was just to find Tromax and report it. Monsters that lived in this forest weren't the children's factory alone. To be safe, he brandished his sword and dragged it in his right hand. If any monster jumped at him, he could use it for defense. From his experience with Garador and Raxor, he knew that killing them in one sweep was impossible. After walking for a few minutes, Max was now deep within the misty forest. He looked around, but there was no sign of the monster. So, he began to sing out of boredom. Monster, monster, where are you, monster? Tromax, please do show yourself fast. Let Breeze kill you before you multiplies. He's so humble that he flexes his skill every time. Oh, monster, monster. Monster, monster. Yay. The chat got along and sang with him. The misty forest didn't look so scary anymore with the light-hearted atmosphere surrounding Max. At that moment, swish, the bush a bit away from Max made a rustling noise. Hearing it, he immediately raised his guard and gripped his sword tighter. Did you guys hear it? He got a new mission. And it had an hour time limit, unlike the previous missions. Gulping, Max slowly sheathed his sword. He tried not to move so quickly as it could trigger Tromax. However, that was useless. Click. The sword made a clicking sound when he fully sheathed it. Hearing that voice, the biggest Tromax roared. Woah! Its roar was shrill and loud. It might only be 2 meters tall, but a genuine monster survived the wilderness. It was at this moment that he knew, he messed up. This is bad. Max quickly turned around and ran at full speed. There was no telling what was behind him. But according to the rapid footsteps he heard, he realized that all of them were chasing after him. Ah! Get away from me. Run, Breeze, run. Lol, follow the light. You will be able to get out. Welcome to second hell. My friend, those Tromax couldn't be underestimated. Ah! A despairing scream. What music to my ears. Tell me about this earlier if you know something. He complained as he kept running, jumping over rocks and roots while following the light. You said no backseat. No nay na neen. We just followed your words LMAO. No backseat means no information about the game at all. You're welcome, Breeze. We said nothing so you can enjoy this. You guys are evil. Don't backseat means don't tell me what to do, not don't tell me information about the game. I didn't ask you to keep me from any spoilers. He gritted his teeth and ran faster. Well, it was just Max's excuse. He actually didn't want any spoilers at all. It was due to frustration he said all of that, and partly to entertain his viewers. Looking back, 7 small T-Rex-like creatures kept chasing him as if he were a meaty pie for dinner. He knew that if he slowed down even a little, he would die. In the middle of running at full speed, he suddenly realized something. His vision was limited even further. Earlier, he could see 10 meters in front of him, but now he could only see 5 meters in front of him. The guiding torchlight now couldn't be seen due to the thick mist. Now, he could say one thing he wanted to say earlier. I fucked up. Honestly, yes. You should have remembered the path. It's so easy. I didn't even get lost lol. How could you get lost? Normally, players visiting Misty Forest would proceed slowly while remembering their path. However, due to Max's boredom, he sang a song and just followed the torchlight without remembering the path he had taken to reach where he was before. So, right now, he was as lost as he could be. It was just one step out of the correct path, but he couldn't find the way back. Not to mention, he was still being tailed by 7 Tromax. He couldn't even stop and climb the tree to find his way. All he could do was now run. But there was another problem. Countdown. 1 hour 31 minutes and 34 seconds. Max had a mission with a time limit. He didn't know what would happen if he didn't reach Stronghold within the time limit. Would the mission fail, and he restarted? That would be a good outcome. But this was a VR game where a player's behavior could affect the game, changing its route slightly and essentially the progression. What can I do in this situation? You can run and waste your time. Evade them by making them confused in this misty forest. Or you can stop and be their food. That's the fastest way to exit Misty Forest. Choose, youngsters. Your path has been decided. You guys are enjoying this too much lol. No matter how ridiculous the chat was, the options they gave were the only things Max could do in this situation. But those were boring. So, Max unsheathed his sword and shouted loudly. I will choose 4. Struggle and kill them all. Looking behind, he noticed that their speed wasn't as fast as before. The largest Tromax was falling behind the 6 smaller ones. And even then, they somehow still couldn't catch up to him. Tromax was indeed a scary monster feared by mercenaries. But that was due to their trait of being able to multiply rapidly without stopping. In terms of combat power, Max believed they were no more than half of Garrador's. With a newfound confidence, Max jumped over the large root of the yellow willow tree and turned around. He was ready to do a hit-and-run strategy. The monsters advanced faster when they saw him stopping, baring their fangs and raising their heads. The hair-like mane on their head stood in order to intimidate him. Let me tell you something, you reptile bastards. Max gripped his sword tightly and ran toward them. He raised it overhead and aimed to slice the first Tromax's thin neck. I am the fucking storm that is approach. Suddenly, he felt like he couldn't move his body. His sentence was cut midway, and when he realized it, he was flying in the air and could see his body on the ground. Clear the quest before he bursts, Breeze. Do it for your fans. Don't forget to stay in the devil's path. Yes, I called Torchlight the devil's path. Not only did the chat urge him, but the countdown also served as a debt collector that chased after his back. The feeling of having something urgent didn't fit well with his personality. Thus, he decided to just finish it fast by running inside the misty forest. The mist wasn't as bad as when he ran away from Tromax. It was doable to see 10 meters in front of him. Just like the first time, he held his sword in his hand. But unlike earlier, he swung it randomly, cutting the tree branches as he passed them. At first, some people in the chat were confused about why Max did that until a certain user donated. Force T Seek R has donated 500 diamonds. Genius. You're truly a seeker. If you can't count on the torchlight, then just cut the tree branches to mark your way back. That's right. Max nodded with a grin. I am done by relying on those stupid torchlights. They are useless. It might be useful now, but the mist would thicken after he met Tromax. Based on his guess, it was probably either because of the game's progression or because of the monster's ability. That mane on their head was suspicious, as it glittered slightly every time it passed the red flowers that created the mist. After running for a while, Max found them again. They jutted their tails out from bushes, swaying it from left to right in a rhythm. Countdown 1 hour 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Mission is updated. Quickly report to Stronghold Mercenaries base before they multiply further. Unsheathing his sword, he took a large rock from the ground and threw it into the bush. A pained scream rang, and then they turned around. 7 Tromax, with 3 of them reaching adulthood instead of 1. Their growth was truly monstrous. It might be harder than before. These larger Tromaxes will definitely stop pretending once they know that they will lose me. He thought, gulping audibly. Still, I will run. I'd finish this mission without trying for the 3rd time. The 2nd time's the charm. At the same time Max turned and broke into the run, Tromax chased after him with their mouths open, and their manes stood in the air, spreading a glitter. The mist immediately thickened, and Max's vision was limited further. Just as he expected earlier, that hair-like mane influenced the surrounding mist. It roused the flower to create more pollen, thus producing more mist. It's the 2nd round, dinosaurs look alike. Catch me if you can. The game of tag with monsters had started. Max skillfully moved across the forest while dodging every root and trunk in his way. The path he had taken when he entered was devoid of leaves because he had already cut them all. He was sure he could reach the exit if he followed both the torchlight and the mark he created earlier. Tap 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 tap. Meanwhile, Tromax's footsteps rang behind him. They were desperately chasing while howling, angry at what Max had done earlier. One of the smaller Tromax had dirt on its head from getting hit by the rock he threw. The larger Tromax's doesn't do anything, Max thought as he glanced over his shoulders. Similar to the first run, the larger Tromaxes somehow ran slower than the smaller ones. Only 4 tailed behind him so closely, while the other 3 were a few meters away behind the group. I still can't understand why the large one could get me in the past. He was halfway to the exit. He knew about it because he remembered the large branch he had difficulty cutting earlier. The countdown showed 0 hours 54 minutes and 17 seconds. A few minutes had passed since he ran away from the Tromaxes. It's too easy. Just as he thought that, he suddenly lost the sound of footsteps from the Tromaxes. He looked back immediately to find out what happened and noticed that they were gone. What the? Due to surprise, he stopped in his tracks. That accidentally saved him. Swoosh. Chomp. A large head passed his face, chomping the air in front of him. If he hadn't stopped earlier, his head would have been inside Tromax's mouth. Surprised, he jumped back with all his strength and looked in front of him. 3 large Tromaxes stood in front of 4 smaller ones that strangely faced the other way, growling ferociously at him. The one in the front was especially angry after Max dodged its attack. The small thoraxes howled and began to turn around after they noticed their prey weren't in that direction. Max, still confused, blinked. What the heck happened? He asked loudly, hoping the chat would have an answer. However, at a time like this, the chat was evil. No backseat. SSSHH. Let him be confused. My right arm is satisfied with this depression and despair. More. Get depressed. Get eaten. My minions, eat Breeze. No can do, Breeze. We won't say anything. Try to guess what's inside my mind, ha 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 ha. Insert evil laugh. Naturally, Max had thought of the possibility of them refusing to tell him just to see him suffer. He had to find the clue himself. At times of confusion, he first needed to calm down and observe the situation. The first clue was the Tromax's changing position. The second was a bit harder to spot, but he managed to find it. With a hearty laugh, Max stepped out of the misty forest. Sunlight greeted him. It felt warm and bright, the opposite of the atmosphere inside the misty forest. Ah, so warm, he exclaimed as he walked toward the steam train. There was no sign of Tromaxes chasing after him anymore. It seemed like they were bound in the forest. Mission completed, guys. Let's return to the base. It's not completed yet. Yeah, you need to report it back to the Stronghold Mercenary. Because you got the mission from Hunter, you should visit Hunter. Show us your move again lol. Blood God is disappointed. I hope you give him more sacrifice next time. He froze just before he sat after reading the chat. Report back to Hunter. That only meant one thing. I need to climb that ridiculously tall building again. That idea terrified yet excited him at the same time. Was it a pain to climb such a high building? Yes. But, was it fun? The answer was also yes. So, he would do it. I guess I have no choice. Arriving at the Stronghold mercenary base after the time skip in the train, Max immediately went to the main base. The sword he threw regenerated and returned to its sheath on his back, a pretty convenient game feature. Climbing the main building was easy because he had already found the path. It only took him around 5 minutes to reach Hunter. He reported the mission complete and received notifications. Tromax's breakout completed. Rewards: 1,500 gills, 50 reputations, 5x health potions, 5x antidote. Good job at the Renaissance mission, newbie. Leave the rest to us. But, I might have to ask something. Hunter looked at him curiously. Do you love climbing this building so much? Or do you love money? There is a quick lift with Garudama on the side of the cliff for 5 gills. It will allow you to reach this place in just a few seconds. If you want to go down, just enter this room and call for Garudama for another 5 gills. It's easy. Hearing that question, Max blinked repeatedly and raised his voice. Excuse me, what? Finishing the first mission of the storyline alone took 2 hours, and 20 minutes of that was spent climbing the building. If only he knew about the Garudama transport service, he would have finished this way earlier. Use our service again, young mercenary. A middle-aged man riding a flying monster that looked like an eagle with orange feathers waved his hand and took off. Max watched him fly away with the monster, and the corner of his lips twitched slightly. That was why his viewers reacted strangely when he climbed the building again. He thought they were laughing with him, but it turned out they laughed at him. You guys are really evil when I need help. Why can't you just tell me about the flying service? He grumbled. And then, he rolled his eyes, remembering what the chat told him before. Ah, I remember. No backseat, right. I think you guys need to know the difference between backseating and helping the streamer. Do you want me to hold a lesson about that? No need to. We know already. Yeah, we just don't tell you on purpose to see your parkour. Nod, your parkour is so cool that we want to see it. Definitely not to make you suffer. Source: trust me bro. I love seeing your serious expression and smiling face when you climb the building. It makes me want to keep you. Excuses. Max knew that they could always tell him about it. They just wanted to see him working pretty hard and got frustrated. Sighing, he just walked out of the base toward the steam train. The next mission should be in the main station because the lump of light gathered at the named station when he chose his next destination. This time, strangely, the train was quite packed with mercenaries. They were apparently deployed to deal with Tromax in Misty Forest. It explained the situation because the train passed that place before continuing to the main station in Utopia. The game puts the details in a strange place. Even stranger than that, Max's usual seat near the door wasn't taken. So he sat in that place and enjoyed the time skip. Of course, the chat had to make comments about it. Breeze is surrounded by burly men. Don't ever raise your rear. It's in danger. Please forgive their dirty minds. Those mercenaries are so cool. Can I ask for their contact information? Let me join, Breeze. I will, Huff, protect you. Dude, Mercenary Quest is a solo game. You can't just join their lobby. The online server hasn't opened yet. Biozone Entertainment said it would be next month. Ignoring the chat that made fun of him, he listened to Jamal's explanation about the second quest. Located near the base is Adagan Valley. It's a location for small class monsters like Garudama, Horsetus, and Catlapu. I saw that you are walking a lot, not having any mount or steam machine. So talk to Old Man Rig outside this station. He will teach you how to tame a monster. Ding! A new mission is generated. First friend. Ask how to tame a monster to Old Man Rig. Be careful. He's grumpy. Reward: 150 gills, 1 taming device. Looking at the notification, Max's eyes shone. I can tame a monster and make it my mount. Mount. Not only that, but it was a monster mount. He still remembered that middle-aged man riding Garudama on a saddle. And he also liked the feeling of riding it, even though it was just for a few moments. Yes. In fact, taming monsters and putting them in the stable is normal for mercenaries. Do you know about? Say less. I will depart immediately. Max said and left without giving Jamal a chance to explain. He didn't want to hear him yapping again. He's running away. Lol. Jamal's average experience. I have to admit Breeze has a big heart. He actually listened to Jamal's first yapping without cutting the NPC off. Jamal seems to like Breeze. He yaps a lot. The more he yaps, the more he likes the player, it said. Lol. Let me post it in Mercenary Hub with the clip of Breeze climbing the main building. Mercenary Hub was the name of Mercenary Quest's community forum, a hub to exchange information. It was usually filled with information on how to hunt certain monsters or how to finish a quest. Entertainment was scarce because it was filled with die-hard monster hunters. All the funny moments were appreciated. And so, when an unusual thread was posted, many players visited it like they were queuing for a viral hotcake. Lol. A player climbs up the main base near Dagon Valley because taking a stair is a chore. He did it twice while being oblivious to Garudama service. 3 videos of short clips from when Max climbed up and down the building skillfully. Unexpectedly, it received a good reaction. Some curious and bored players asked for the streaming link, which made the thread starter added at the top. A few minutes after the thread was posted, the livestream viewers reached 16K, once again breaking the threshold, and it became the Mercenary Quest's livestream with the most viewers count and punch. Naturally, Max realized that. He could see his viewers increasing at a fast speed from the corner of his vision. The chat was also filled with new names. I am here. This streamer looks interesting. Breeze, huh, I've heard about him. To think he would pull such a crazy stunt was something I didn't expect. LMAO. Airhead. Is he an Airhead streamer? A thread in the forum brings me here. Someone posted a thread in the forum, huh. They are really active, which is good for me. I should hold an event with them soon to show my appreciation for their support. It was a thought for the future. For now, he had to deal with Old Man Rig. Based on the mission's description, talking to the old man wouldn't be easy. There was an explanation that he was grumpy. I should greet him politely. He thought so as he found Old Man Rig. Finding the old man was relatively easy. Just as he exited the station and followed the main street, he arrived at a stable by relying on the guiding lump of light. An old man with a question mark floating above his head was sitting on a wooden box just right in front of it. Just like the mission's description, he looked so grumpy. His wrinkled skin only made him look more grumpy and didn't help to make him look kind. Excuse me. Max greeted the old man politely, following the mission's description. Old Man Rig looked up and seized up to him. Then, with a frown, he asked, "What?" Facing the unfriendly answer, Max still maintained his smile. "Are you Mr. Rig, by chance? I was told to ask you if I want to learn about taming monsters. They said you're the best at it." He said, "Ah, my name is Breeze. My apologies for the late introduction." He's sucking up to the old man. Is this the way? Damn, he sounds like a pro at sucking to someone. Old Man Rig's expression softened a little. Did he read the guide? Or is he doing this purely because he's a polite man, to begin with? For new viewers, no backseat and no spoiler. Breeze is trying to have fun with us. And yes, he hasn't read any guide yet. It's a vanilla run. His virgin run. So he's a virgin. Good to know. Nod nod. The old viewers helped to regulate the chat. Max appreciated it, but there was no need to say that this was his virgin run. It wasn't necessary. They can word it better. He grumbled in his mind as he shifted his focus back to Old Man Rig. Huh. Don't think I would be happy with you saying that. The old man scoffed, throwing his face away, and jumped down the box. But since you come here and ask me politely, I guess I will teach you. Follow me, fool. Max was speechless as he looked at Old Man Rig's back. Still, that didn't matter for a lot of viewers. What they cared about was that a new branch mission was found. Not to mention, it was the second quest that nobody seemed to care about. Tell the exploring party. How can those no-lifers miss this branch in the early game? I have contacted Mon Lovelove. He will be here soon. You know how they act around NPC. They are too depressed to be polite to such a grumpy old man. They are so grumpy that the old man doesn't like them. More importantly, what's the monster provided by Old Man Rig? I am curious. Max was waiting patiently while stretching. The old man asked him to prepare himself, and he wouldn't take any chance by not heeding his advice. He knew that sometimes NPC understood something better than he did. Their advice was often true. Will the goddess of RNG smile at me, or will she frown upon me? I hope it's the former. I have enough with bad RNG. He sincerely hoped. Please, make it a good monster that I can tame easily. Before long, Old Man Rig reappeared from the stable while pulling a big cat. It was bigger than the others that Max had seen inside the stable. The fur was also different. It was golden instead of red. While getting pulled by the old man, whose muscle somehow popped up, it trashed around and tried to run away. It was a wild one, indeed. Stay still. A thunderous roar escaped the old man's lips. The black cat monster that trashed around earlier suddenly went quiet and sat down. Nodding in satisfaction, Rig turned to Max and pointed behind him. This is the kid I want you to tame. It's a Catlapu. ... Isn't that a mutation? For real? Holy. The old man gives him a chance to tame mutated Catlapu. His luck is heavenly. Indeed. But, did you not see his weapon? How could he tame a mutated Catlapu, which is twice stronger than a normal one, with a default weapon and armor? Kekeki, it will be a slaughter. How is it, fool? You think you have the guts to try? The old man smirked and taunted Max. If you chickened out, feel free to back away and tame one in the wild. But if you're up to tame this kid, take this taming device. He pulled out what looked like a wooden token from his pocket. Facing such an obvious challenge, Max walked to the old man and took the taming device from him. I am not a coward, so I will tame this Catlapu. Good, good. Don't die, you courageous fool. It seemed like his name was upgraded from dull fool to courageous fool. Max smiled and unsheathed his sword. That's a tall order, old man. He chuckled, but I will try. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. To use the taming device, Max had to get the monster's acknowledgement first. The wooden token was just a saddle compressed into a small space, a wonder of strange technological advancement in this game world. In short, it's just useless junk that didn't help the taming process at all. Facing the growling Catlapu, Max tried to find out its strengths and weaknesses. The monster circled against him, walking near the fence covering the large field. For some reason, it didn't run away. Old Man Rig overseed everything to ensure nothing went wrong. You can start anytime, fool. Hearing his words, Max rushed forward. He knew nothing would change just by standing around doing nothing. He would test the Catlapu directly. His sword tore the air. He could now swing it as easily as swinging a wooden one. The weight felt so light. Seeing the attack, Catlapu moved its head forward and blocked the sword with its stubby horns. Clang! Spark flew everywhere, and Max's sword bounced off. He saw the monster already attacked with its sharp claws that jutted out from its paw. Miu! It was fast. Nothing seemed to be able to stop it. Facing it, Max rolled forward and dodged the attack. He immediately sent a counter slash from below its belly. That won't do, fool. Just as he heard Old Man Riggs shout, he noticed three tails had already swung toward him. He couldn't react to it and got hit. Arg! His body was sent flying a few meters away. He only stopped after rolling a few times. Catlapu looks chubby, but it's fast. There is a reason why mercenaries love to have it as a mount. Use your brain. You are there to tame it, not to kill it. Tame it and not kill it. Max's eyes widened slightly as he realized what he did was wrong. He was going to show his strength by injuring the Catlapu. But that was a wrong choice. That was why the monster retaliated strongly. Come to think of it, this Catlapu didn't attack me and just circled around me as if observing me. At that moment, he remembered Old Man Rig's words. There were two ways to tame the monster. One was through fear, and the other was with food. I understand now, he exclaimed and sheathed his sword. Hey, it seems you're not as big as a fool. Do it, small fool. What fool? Fool to courageous fool to small fool. The title has increased again. What did he realize? Am I stupid for not understanding it? Don't worry, we are all big fools. We have small brain. How can you not understand it, chat? Max shook his head in disappointment and shrugged his shoulders. It's so simple. The clue is with Old Man Rig's words and what he showed me before giving me the wooden token. It's also written in the quest's reward. He walked toward the Catlapu that purred and licked its paw. It seemed to forget about Max already. Or rather, it didn't really care and had no intention to hurt him from the start. All he did was simple. Yahoo! For him, this was like a rodeo, something he often played with his friends before he got into an accident. Come on. Is this your limit? You're pretty weak, huh? I thought you were stronger. Grr. Catlapu growled in displeasure and began to jump around. It shook its body in order to get rid of the annoying person on its back. What is this? A rodeo. It's a rodeo. Breeze. Fork it, I will just ride it. Get over here, you little cat. Catlapu kept thrashing around for a while. It showed an irritated expression that slowly changed into a playful one. Before long, it slowed down and actually ran around the field. Look at that. You can do it. Old Man Rig laughed loudly when he saw what happened. Now, use that wooden token, fool. Yeah. Max immediately pushed the wooden token on Catpalu's back and activated the mechanism. Instantly, it expanded and bound the monster's belly with a sturdy rope. The back part became a squishy stable. When he sat on it, he couldn't really feel the vibration from Catpalu's movement anymore. Old Man's favor completed. Reward. 1,500 gills, one tamed monster. Mutated Catpalu has been tamed. It will now follow your command. Now you can name Mutated Catpalu. A notification rang, and so was his chat. It moved so fast with some suspicious text. Too easy. Tame it by riding it. Come on baby. Move your back. I am on top of you, sweetheart. Guys, stop it. Seriously. It's a freaking fat monster cat. Tisk tisk tisk, boys be boys. But damn, he did a rodeo and actually tamed that Catpalu. I need that mutated Catpalu too. On my way to creating my second world. The chat could be ignored right now. Max focused on reading the notification and tried to command it. Stop. The monster actually stopped and sat on its four legs, lowering its back. He climbed down and stroked its fur happily. Good job, Catpalu. You're tamer than I thought. Meow, the monster replied as if it could understand him. It turned to face him and licked his body. Hey, that tickles. Max exclaimed, and it's gross. Your saliva now covers me. Even so, he laughed. He looked at the notification that was still hovering in front of him. A name, huh? He mused. What should I name it, chat? Max decided to ask the chat because he sucked at naming his pet, thinking that they probably had a better option than his. In his mind, he only had two options, Blackie or Catty. While he liked both options, he used this chance to converse with his viewers. Name, huh? Your breeze, so why not call it Storm or Tempest? That sounds good, actually. He admitted in surprise. But let's take another suggestion. Does anyone have a good name? Roundy. How about we call it Jack 4SS? Like, it's Jack but has 4SS. I think you mean Jackal, but meh. I suggest you call it Blackie. Oh, Blackie sounds good. He nodded in agreement, as the chat had the same opinion as his. Blackie is too basic, don't you think? Just call your cat Clark or Garfield or something. You're not creative at all. Hear this, Lapu. Taken from Catlapu. ... I have no words. By the way, why don't you just call him Darky? Darky sounds good. You can also call him Sucker. Hell no. Don't use this noble me's name as a mount's name. Hear me, Breeze. Don't do it. Max's lips curled up into a grin. Bloodsucker seems nice. But because it's a cat, I guess it's just bloody. Or sucky. Both sounds good. The chat began to make fun of Bloodsucker after that. They supported the names he mentioned. Some even donated diamonds to make him name the monster with bloody or sucky just for the laugh. And then, the person in question did something that everyone expected. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission, please, just name it Blackie. Reward, 2,500 diamonds. Sighing, Max looked at the camera. I guess there is no choice. Your name will be Blackie from now on. That made Nina happy and reignited her desire to pursue a cooking career. To grab her dream and become a high-class chef. I just need a few more spices. Then let it simmer for tomorrow's breakfast. Putting on a few spices, Nina stirred the pot happily. She didn't notice that her father was looking at her with a soft gaze, seemingly proud of her. She has grown, Chef Rush thought as he turned around and walked out of the kitchen. That boy has chosen his choice. At least it leads to her happiness, so I won't do anything. Youth is really troublesome. They keep stalling until it's too late. Sitting on one of the empty chairs in the dark restaurant, Chef Rush opened a piece of candy and threw it into his mouth. His expression softened immediately. Even so, they still seem to be friends. I am glad. Nothing went wrong with their relationship. It would be a disaster to lose a boy that I thought of as a son already. It was not a good night, but it certainly wasn't the worst. Such a long night. It's better to be spent drinking. After ending the stream and showering, Max browsed Mercenary Hub to see why his viewers and followers suddenly exploded. True to his prior guess, his viewers seemed to upload some thread with his clips there. The clips of him climbing the mercenary base seemed to be the most popular one, followed by his attempt to tame Blackie. This forum is full of interesting people. But I shouldn't linger any longer if I don't want to get a spoiler of the main story. Guides were everywhere. It was hell for someone who wanted to know nothing and enjoyed exploring the game. Besides, it was already past midnight. Flexi had yet to reply to his message from earlier. He might just be so frustrated and go to sleep. It happens, he thought and closed all floating hologram screens. I might as well sleep too. Tomorrow, I need to wake up early and pick up Nina. Thinking about the girl, Max felt a little bit happy and guilty. He was glad she decided to follow her dream instead of sticking with him. No matter how dense he was, he knew her feelings. It was both love and pity, although he felt the latter was stronger than the former. She shouldn't be bound to me. I only tie her with pity and keep her from spreading her wings. She should be free and pursue her dream seriously. Chef Rush probably also noticed that. That was why the chef warned Max not to disappoint him. And as a fellow who tried his best to pursue his dream, he knew the pain of being unable to do so. When he was unable to do parkour, his heart broke, and his reason to live disappeared. At one time, he even thought that dying was better than sleeping in the hospital. He didn't want Nina to feel that way. She still had a choice. And he would support her. Is my choice good enough, Chef Rush? I hope she can also be free with this. We're just best friends, nothing more, nothing less. I would help her and be there for her, but I wouldn't be able to feel anything romantic with her. I know her too well. Turning the light off, Max went to the bed and closed his eyes. The night was already too long. Talking to Nina and then trying to forget it through a game. It was time to end it and welcome a new day. So, he let his consciousness stray away and drifted to sleep. Max woke up before the sun even rose. For some reason, there was still no news from Flexi. Still, he shouldn't worry about that for today as he had decided to spend time with Nina and have fun together before she departed for the cooking school. Facing the mirror, he took a look at his appearance. This time, he didn't wear his usual jacket but a simple white turtleneck with a blue bomber jacket on top and long pants. Max also made sure to wear a black mask in case someone recognized him. His fame shot up after he appeared on the billboard. When he got out with Lily last time, he felt strangers gaze on him many times. Clothes, okay. And money. He looked at his bank account. 27 grand was sitting inside. All clear. He nodded in satisfaction. It was supposed to be more, but he hadn't withdrawn his last payment from Punch. He wanted to accumulate it for a nice surprise on May 15th. With everything confirmed, he left his apartment. The spring would end soon, and summer would arrive. It was already May 10th, and he deserved some rest today. He didn't immediately go to Nina's place. Instead, he made a detour and went to the city center first. Before going to meet her, he planned to give her a gift. Thankfully, Lime City's mall is open 24/7. He thought, I already bought the ticket too, so all is good. Lime City's mall was massive. It was the same size or even bigger than a stadium used for the Olympics in his past life. It also had 4 floors, which made it impossible to look around all the parts in just a day. Coincidentally, the aforementioned aquarium was also located inside this mall, precisely at the center of the first floor. The entire area was transformed into a giant aquarium. Entering the mall, he immediately went to the second floor to find the store he planned to buy a gift from. When he found the store, he entered immediately and talked to the employee inside, ordering something to be wrapped. Thankfully, the store was willing to keep it until he picked it up, so he didn't need to bring it with him and ruin the surprise. After paying and leaving his information to pick up the item later, he left the mall and walked to Nina's place. In the end, he decided not to stream this outing. That would ruin the atmosphere of their outing. At this time, the sun had risen already. It peeked from between the skyscrapers. The warm light hit Max's face, making him smile. The weather is beautiful, perfect for an outing. After a while, he arrived at the restaurant. When he reached the place, he noticed Nina dressed nicely in front of the restaurant. She was wearing a layered white t-shirt tucked inside jeans and cream clothes. While standing, she was playing with her hair and appeared to be nervous. Nina, Max called out to her and waved his hand. Morning. Upon seeing him, a smile blossomed on her face. They continued walking in silence, side by side. The scenery was calming. Many people also walked outside the sidewalk. Passing the park, they found many people doing morning exercise like usual. These were the daily lives they could see in Lime City. And in a week, Nina wouldn't be able to witness it as she would go to another city far away. Still, both of them looked happy. Although a bit hard, they could always meet again. After a short walk, they reached their destination. Whoa! This is so beautiful! Nina exclaimed, her eyes widened as she gazed at the large aquarium before her. Excited, she turned to Max and pulled his hand. Max, let's enter. Ha ha ha, alright. Slow down, Nina. The dome-shaped structure sparkled under the sunlight that passed through the glass roof. It invited people to enter, immersing themselves. Fish swam freely, and there were various paths visitors could take. Once their tickets were verified, they could finally step inside the aquarium. Inside, the sound of water was clear. Nina's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked around, mesmerized by the underwater world. This is the best, she exclaimed happily, turning to her friend. Her smile was so captivating under the bluish glow of the water. Thank you for accompanying me here. Hee hee hee. Smiling softly, Max let out a soft sigh. It's not a problem at all. I also enjoyed this. It's as if we're directly underwater. Right. I wonder if we can catch them and cook them. She hummed curiously, looking at a large fish in the right tank. Max couldn't know whether she was joking or serious. At least her eyes looked as if she would cook the fish without a second thought. Noticing his gaze, Nina looked at him and giggled. I was just joking, obviously. Those fish aren't tasty at all. Ha, ha ha. He laughed dryly at that. Do you mean if it's delicious, then you will cook them? He retorted in his mind. He should be careful and not take his gaze away from Nina. Who knew what she would do to the fish? Bringing a chef to an aquarium was dangerous, he took a note of that. Putting that aside, Nina was too energetic and pulled him everywhere she found interesting. Max had a difficult time following her, but he still did his best to do that. After all, it might be their last outing together for a while. As long as she's happy. Walking around in the aquarium made them lose their sense of time. When they realized it, lunchtime had already passed. It was thanks to Max's grumbling stomach that they realized it. So, they decided to go to a nearby cafe to eat and rest. Max took off his mask, which made him feel stuffed, and let out a long sigh. Ah, that's embarrassing. I bet people near us heard my stomach rumbling too. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, it's not that loud. I only heard the sound because I was close to you. Still, it was embarrassing. It has never happened before, even when I am really hungry. Maybe you're too tired. Who knows? You didn't eat that much this morning, either. Maybe that's the reason. I will definitely have a fulfilling breakfast in the future. He grumbled and looked at Nina, who sat across from him. Ah, don't misunderstand. I only ate a little this morning because I wanted to enjoy it again tonight. I know. Nina giggled cutely. At that moment, the cafe waitress arrived with an automatic tray that brought their orders. Thank you for waiting. Here is your pancake, spaghetti, and 2 iced teas. Please enjoy your time. Thank you. Max smiled at the waitress, causing her to be slightly flustered. However, as a professional, she immediately masked her expression with a smile and walked away. Noticing what happened was Nina, and she poked his hand. What a lady killer you have become. Just by putting on a bit of weight and muscles, now many girls are flustered because of your smile alone. Don't tease me, Nina. Max narrowed his eyes in displeasure. I didn't mean to make them flustered. That's what you said. She grinned. Oh, Mr. Rank 2 in the most handsome streamer list. By the way, first place is Stone Sword. And this is a secret list, so don't tell anybody else. She put her index finger on her lips. Hearing what Nina said, the edge of his lips twitched slightly. There is a list of something like that. The internet was vast. Once again, he was forced to realize it. Who knows? Maybe there was also a private community that paired one streamer with another. I don't want to know that. Nodding his head, Max patted Nina's shoulder. You can open your eyes now. Alright. Filled with nervousness, her heart beat faster. Nina slowly opened her eyes and looked at the gift Max gave her. When her eyes landed on the box, her jaw dropped in disbelief. She pointed at it with a trembling finger and looked at him. It's your gift, he said with a sly smile. Once again, congratulations. I hope it will help you in school. She was speechless. She turned back and forth between the wooden box and Max, only stopping when the employee opened it and showed a beautiful kitchen knife inside. It had an intricate Damascus steel design on the blade, and the handle was made from a beautiful wood. Tell me you're lying, she said, still in disbelief. You said it's cheap. You're lying. This is cheap, though. Max chuckled. Among the others of its type, this is the cheapest. Right, Miss Employee. Yes. The employee nodded with a smile. This one only cost $3,500 and is the most basic design from Slice and Dice. 5,000, Nina muttered. Her soul seemed to escape her body as she stared blankly at the air. It took a few seconds to take in what happened. Tears were formed on the edge of her eyes. How do I say it? She sobbed, having difficulty forming her words. Even when she was sobbing, she still smiled brightly when she jumped and hugged him. Thank you, Max. You're welcome. He smiled back at her. Supporting her was the only thing he could do right now. He had been indebted a lot to her, so he at least wanted to support her dream. Knife would be essential for her future career and training. This knife also came with lifetime free maintenance in every branch store connected to this one, so it was convenient. While it might look cheap and seem like he put a monetary and memory burden on Nina, Max genuinely wanted to help her reach her dream faster. I hope you will be able to reach your dream. Because I will also do my best to reach mine, he thought as he tried to calm her down. The employee only smiled the whole time while watching them. Youth, she thought. Sun had already set. Max and Nina walked back slowly, with the latter clutching the wooden box preciously. They could have just asked for the item to be delivered, but the girl was adamant about bringing it with her. It's a precious gift, so I would like to hold it myself, she said. He could only smile at her reasoning and let her do whatever she pleased. As long as she was happy, then there was no problem. Like a gentleman, he walked her until she reached home safely. Chef Rush was standing in front of the restaurant, waiting for them. The large man looked at the wooden box and glanced at Max. Nodding, he turned back to his daughter. "Go inside and put that in the safe place," he said. "Ah, yes." Nina nodded at her father's words. She went inside the restaurant, but not before saying goodbye to Max. After she was gone, Chef Rush looked at him with a gaze that could chill even the deepest of hell. Then, the chef crossed his arms and sighed. "I don't know whether I should thank you for supporting Nina's dream or punch you for making her cry." "Ha ha. Please do go easy on me if you choose the latter, Chef Rush." Max laughed wryly while looking down. "I just want her to follow her dream. I don't know whether that would make her happy or not. I can only hope. Humans can't really fully understand each other." Chef Rush was silent and only looked at him. Nervousness settled in. Max was ready to get punched, as the atmosphere was definitely saying so. However, the punch that he was waiting for never arrived. "You're too mature for your age," Chef Rush said, looking at the sky. "And she's also forced to mature due to my negligence. So, thank you for allowing her to pursue her dream again. Do come around even when she's not here. I have many menus that I'd like you to try. And here, take it. I've reheated it." It was the way Chef Rush showed his consideration. He entered the restaurant without saying any other words after he gave a box. It was the stew Nina made. "I am so desperate right now. Flexi. I am waiting for your reply. Emote, prostrating, please, I am begging you. Reply to me with a positive answer." The reply made Max burst into laughter. So, just as he had expected before, Stone Sword refused the invitation, and he had to find another person. And it seemed like that person was quite skilled but troublesome at the same time, so he took a lot of time convincing him. He could have just found other people. Or not. If Flexi said that this person is the most skilled player he has ever met, even when he knows Stone Sword, then his skill is the real deal. Spending a lot of time to convince him might be worth it. A player with skill approved by Flexi and Stone Sword. Max wondered what kind of person he was. Replying to Flexi might make him only get the answer later, so he immediately called that orange-haired streamer. The calling screen rang a few times before his image popped up. His friend looked really tired and had black circles around his eyes. "Yo, dude, look at your face. Ha ha ha, you look like a panda." Flexi, on the screen, smiled wryly. "If you saw me similarly as that extinct animal, I must have looked really bad. Not that you're any better. It seemed like you drank last night." That sentence surprised Max. Not because Flexi said his complexion looked bad or because his friend found out he was drinking last night, but because the panda was extinct. It was a loss for humanity. "Well, ha ha ha. I was a bit stressed, so I drank a little bit." Max responded with a wry smile. "Understandable." Flexi nodded in understanding. Then, he suddenly jumped close to the screen and shouted, "Anyway, buddy. Are you calling me to give me your answer? You won't just walk away after saying that you'd like to do this roach planet with me, right?" "I wonder." Max shrugged his shoulders. "I mean, I was ignored for a whole day and getting stressed because of that. Whose fault was it that led me to drink, even though someone knows I can't even handle alcohol?" Of course, it wasn't Flexi's fault. Max only drank because he wanted to last night. He only wanted to play with his friend. But the other party didn't know about it. A guilty expression was written on the orange-haired streamer's face. "Ah, please, dude. Just yesterday, our last teammate also left for some reason, saying that it was hopeless." Thankfully, the person introduced by Stone Sword also knew another skilled person who was willing to join. "If you change your mind, I might need to find another person again, which is hard." Flexi looked desperate. He was holding his head, which probably throbbed in pain due to overthinking. This time, Max was the one who felt guilty. He shouldn't have joked around earlier. "My bad, dude. I was only joking," he said while smiling bitterly. "I will join, but I have a condition. This is not unreasonable, like me asking for $100,000 or something, though. So, rest assured." Hearing what he said, Flexi's lips curled up into a smile. Ha ha ha, I would give you even if you ask me for 100,000 as long as you join. Don't worry, pal. A mocking laughter escaped his lips. But let's hear your condition. I will try my best to fulfill that. Of course, I will also do my best to schedule the training so it does not collide with your tournament. That helps a lot. Max nodded in gratitude. As for my condition, it's pretty simple. And so, Max told Flexi his condition and the reason why he requested it, which caused the orange-haired streamer to burst into laughter. Max felt embarrassed and thought he made a big mistake again. He was just trying to be reasonable, but it backfired on him. Freaking hell. Can't he be subtle and at least try to hold back his laughter? Max groaned. And here I felt guilty after seeing his expression earlier. Return my guilt, motherfucker. After a while, Flexi calmed down and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Fine, that's okay. Consider it a deal. I will also add a bonus for your emotional damage. That's unnecessary, but I appreciate it. Thanks. Ha ha ha. No need to mention it. I should be the one who thanked you. Flexi said, grinning widely. And if you're free tonight, I will introduce you to our teammates. Let's meet in Roach Planet lobby at 8 p.m. I will gift you the game after this, just think of it as my way to be considerate. See you there. Alright. With that, the call ended, and Max let out a long sigh. He let his body fall onto his bed. Flexi has it hard, huh? Poor guy. All his 3 teammates left the team, in the end. He thought. Still, it was good that he found the other 2 replacements, excluding me. I wonder if they are really as skilled as he said. I will find out tonight. Just as promised, Flexi gifted Max Roach Planet. The game was unexpectedly pretty expensive, sitting at $250. Not to mention, there were still in-game transactions too that needed money, mainly costume and custom weapon skins. Just as usual, Max planned to go vanilla without buying anything from the game store. Everything is ready. I also spent the whole afternoon reading the guide and information on the Roach Planet forum. The mechanic is simpler than I thought. But still, the enemies are as disgusting as cockroaches in real life. It's a bit unsettling. Still, one wouldn't be able to grow if they kept avoiding what they were afraid of. The sound from the elevator earlier brought the 3's attention to him. When they turned around, Max's eyes widened slightly. He knew these 2 people. They were Atlas and Farron, the couple he met when he was on a date with Lily. Ah! Farron exclaimed loudly upon seeing him, pointing her index finger. Then, she smiled and waved her hand excitedly. It's Breeze. He, we meet again, huh? Atlas also smiled upon seeing him. Long time no see. How have you been? Flexi looked confused. He didn't expect the 2 teammates he desperately recruited to know Max. The orange-haired streamer looked at him with a look that said, explain this. However, Max ignored him and approached the 2. It's been a week, indeed. And I've been well, Atlas. Thank you for asking. He smiled at them. So the teammates Flexi talked about, are you too? Yup. Farron answered with an excited nod, her ears moving with her head. Peter asked Atlas to help his friend, you see. And we're pretty much free around this time as our main game is still in maintenance for 2 weeks. They have a large update. So, I was thinking, why don't we just join the tournament and have fun? And here we are, she explained. Just as she said. Atlas confirmed, I have a debt with Stone Sword too, so I tried to help. Flexi never mentioned that you are also on the team. Well, Max's voice trailed off as he glanced at his friend, that's how he is. Hey, that's rude. Flexi shouted while pointing at Max, what do you mean that's how he is? I am telling you that I don't know you are acquainted with them, alright. Yes. Max shrugged his shoulders at Flexi's words. Then, he turned to Atlas and extended his hand. Still, I heard from Flexi that you're pretty skilled. I hope to have a pleasant cooperation. Same here. Atlas shook his hand and smiled. Let's win this competition. It sounds fun. Farron exclaimed excitedly, bringing the energy up. She put her hand on top of the other 2. Let's shout together. Hey, am I ignored now? I am the leader. Don't leave me with the shout. Flexi immediately jumped from the chair he sat on and joined the others, putting his hand on top of them. Suddenly taking the position of the leader, the energetic streamer shouted. "Let's go, Team Orange Squash." Ooh. So, Team Orange Squash was formed without any problem, with the addition of a hyper-energetic bunny girl on top of Flexi. This team is going to be loud. Max sighed in his mind. Still, this is going to be fun. I prefer this kind of team rather than those overly serious ones. After introducing themselves to each other, they sat around a round table to talk about the competition. First of all, my secretary has helped me prepare the training schedule. I don't mind if anyone is live streaming it, as Roach Planet relies a lot on RNG, and strategy doesn't matter. We will only train our teamwork until the competition on May 31st. Flexi, taking the position of the leader, explained. Max and Atlas listened carefully while Farron looked as if she wasn't interested in Flexi's talk at all. But from her gestures, she seemed to understand everything without any problem while playing with her nails. There is also a special request from my friend over here. Flexi looked at Max, trying his best not to burst into laughter. He requested me to allow him to stay on the base, protecting it. There is something that made me trust him. The couple seemed to be curious and glanced at Max. Among them, Farron seemed to have a bit more curiosity as she put her finger on her lips. Could it be that you're afraid of cockroaches? She asked with a sly smile as if she was sure of it. Faced with an unexpectedly on-point question, Max's body flinched a bit, making the girl's smile widen into a smug grin. "Ah, I called it," she exclaimed proudly. "Hee, don't worry. You will get used to them soon. The first is always scary," they said. "Well, I have 2 times the experience, so I assure you." "Fair, that's enough." Atlas suddenly interjected with a sigh, making his lover pout. No fun." The blonde-haired man ignored her whining and turned to Max apologetically before saying, "Sorry about what she said. Please don't mind it too much." "It's okay." Max smiled wryly, "And I am not afraid of cockroaches. I just hate them," he added. At this point, it might have sounded like an excuse and no one believed him, but that wasn't important. He glared at Flexi, who openly laughed and urged him to continue. The orange-haired streamer coughed into his palm to get the couple's attention and stopped laughing. Even so, an occasional laugh still escaped his lips. Well, that's Breeze's request. Do both of you have any problem with that?" he asked, looking at the couple. They looked at each other and then shook their heads. "I don't mind," Atlas said. Me too. Rather, is there anyone but him who can run around the base at fast speed to defend all sides of our base? Even if it and I are confident in our skills, we aren't particularly suited for defending. We are more like an extermination squad," Farron added cheerfully. Saying so, he stood up and stretched his body. "I really am the worst, no. Why did I feel that way?" he thought, gritting his teeth. "Well, let's make it up. I will take him out to eat on the competition day. I hope he don't mind what I did. Knowing him, he probably already forgive me, but I still feel bad. For now, let's focus. Any worries will only make my performance worse. If everyone is ready, let's start the first game." Flexi exclaimed with an annoying laugh. "Please accept the party invitation I sent. I will immediately search for the match once everyone accepted." Max huffed. Finally, his friend acted normally again. Feeling frustrated is fine, but he shouldn't project it like that. To think I would have to tell him such a thing. He might be too tired to even think straight right now. Those panda eyes from this morning were the proof. He accepted the invitation and got an extra screen on the edge of his face that showed his partymate's vital condition. If the white lines became red, that meant they were knocked down. And if they died, the line would change to black. This health system was pretty simple and convenient. It's so easy to understand. Max nodded as he remembered the information he read on the forum earlier. I guess I will get used to this game far easier than Mercenary Quest. I already read all information that could be of help for me. Accepting the invitation, Farron got closer to her lover and whispered, Hey, should we really do that on the competition day? Is it time already? I think so. We also need some reputation IRL. It's time to stand out. If you say so. The girl hummed and looked at Breeze with a predatory gaze. I think I will also have my little bit of fun teasing my best friend's man. Atlas could only smile wryly at that. Don't tease him too much. Stonesword's sister will be angry otherwise. Hee, that won't be a problem. I can just take a screenshot of his flustered face and send it to her. I know that she will appreciate it. Atlas knew that his girlfriend wouldn't stop once she was like this, just keep it in moderation. At that moment, a screen appeared in front of their eyes with an explosion. Boom. Match found. Flexi grinned widely and punched his palm. Alright, let's do as planned earlier. And thus, their bodies were covered in bluish light and disappeared from the bar. The scenery changed. From a vibrant bar where Max sat previously, he now found himself standing on a gray sand dune surrounded by a futuristic base with a metal wall. This was the battlefield area of Roach Planet, the moon. All the equipment he chose prior to the game was in front of him. A large sniper rifle with a futuristic design and a compact grapple gun, along with all the auxiliary items he had chosen. It was tied nicely on a white backpack that complemented his suit. Breathing and moving were slightly difficult due to the bulky design. However, that only applied to Max. Flexi, in his orange suit, and the other two, in the white space suit similar to Max, seemed to be able to move without any problem. I need a few minutes to get used to this. The gravity is around the same on Earth due to the suit. I guess that's how the game is designed. He thought as he took his backpack and wore it. I guess I won't stream this first game, as Flexi also didn't do it. It would be pretty embarrassing if I trip or something because I am not used to this suit. He chuckled inwardly. As for the other two, I didn't know whether they were streaming or not. Judging from what they did, I guess they don't stream. Looking around to get a better look, Max noticed numbers floating in the sky. It was a 3-minute grace period for preparation. In Flexi's video that he watched, this preparation phase was skipped. So we have 3 minutes before the game begins and the first wave appears. He mused in his mind while continuing his observation. In the center of the base, there was a warehouse where they could replenish their ammunition. A player could bring up to 5 energy magazines with them. The amount of ammo inside depended on each weapon. For example, a normal rifle that Flexi and Atlas brought had 50 ammo in the chamber, while Max's sniper rifle only had 10. The double-barreled shotgun only had 2, but it was a special weapon. Players with this weapon could bring 50 live ammo with them as it had no magazine or energy ammo. Unfortunately, the auxiliary items couldn't be replenished. I would need to visit this warehouse many times, then. I will try to get used moving from the wall to this building as fast as I could for efficiency's sake. Max nodded, remembering all information he read this afternoon. And the main core of the base is inside the warehouse. We won't be eliminated as long as the main core isn't destroyed. This time, he looked at the wall surrounding the base. It was around 10 meters tall with a ladder attached to it to climb up and a letter S, W, N, and E written on it. Because Max had a grappling gun, he wouldn't need to use that ladder at all, though. So it was kind of useless to him. Alright, everyone. At that moment, Flexi shouted loudly to get their attention. Max turned to look at him in his bright suit. Atlas and Farron, who stroked her shotgun lovingly, also turned at the energetic streamer. This is our first game. Let's do our best. Our goal is to get to know each other and work on our teamwork. We will defend the first wave together, and then Farron, Atlas, and I will find the wave boss while Breeze defends the base. Just do our best. Even if we lose in the first or second waves, it's okay. The explanation was easy to understand. In short, just do whatever for the first time. Messing up was okay, but we should learn from this game. Times like this were the most tense. His breathing was audible inside the space helmet he wore. Unlike the bulky space helmet similar to the one on Earth, the helmet he used was similar to a sci-fi mask that covered his whole head. Putting that aside, the countdown had reached the last 5 seconds. The first wave of cockroach raids would arrive soon. When the countdown reached 0, a loud drumming bass rang in the sky. The sound woke up even the sleepy Flexi, and he focused immensely. Following the sound was a rumble. Many creatures appeared from the horizon far away. Those shiny exoskeletons reflected the sun that danced around the earth in space. Someone had spotted those creatures. His lips curled up into an excited grin as his trembling finger rested on the trigger of his gun. Without hesitation, he pulled it while shouting, "Get wrecked, fucking insect." Bam! The shot sent a shockwave that caused the moon sand to get blasted away from the muzzle. An energy bullet flew toward the rushing creature, landing right in the middle of the legion. Once it hit the ground, it immediately expanded and created an explosion. Boom! Many cockroaches were killed at once. The carcasses were sent flying to the sky, but the bullet rains didn't stop. 4 more bullets were flying at once as his fingers kept pulling the triggers, and 4 explosions followed suit. The person responsible for that, Max, stopped for a second and raised his head to inform the others. "It's from the north. Get over here, guys. Ha ha ha. Let's blast those freaking insects away to the point of extinction. Those creatures should cease to exist in this world. Ha 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 ha. Die 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 die." A burst of crazy laughter rang on Orangesquash's base. Max had become a crazy demolition guy. Author note. For convenience sake, and for my sanity sake, I will change the upload schedule at this point of time now, 12:05 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time plus 8 or 4:05 p.m. Coordinated Universal Time. Please do remember it if you want to catch up as soon as the new chapters are online. Hearing Max's laughter, the other immediately moved and went to the north wall. Farron was the fastest among them, and she used her grappling gun to drop down on the other side before rushing fearlessly to the horde of cockroaches. She cocked the shotgun and pulled the trigger twice. The buckshot spread wildly, and each time she pulled the trigger, 5 to 10 cockroaches burst disgustingly at once. Their green blood sprayed everywhere. In this game, this was the only unrealistic thing. Those creatures usually didn't die this easily. However, it was also what made people like this game. They could vent their anger without minding the repercussions. They could kill the immortal insect. Don't get too far, Farron. Flexi, who arrived together with Atlas and began his bombardment, warned the girl. Especially, don't get into Breeze's line of fur. Bam! Before the orange-haired streamer could finish his sentence, Max pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle and sent another energy bullet flying. It was the last shot of this magazine. The energy magazine dimmed, losing its light. "Sorry, continue," he said to his friend as he changed the magazine skillfully as if he had done it many times before. Flexi looked at him for a second before turning around. He saw Farron enter the horde already, and he grimaced slightly. "Forget it. It's too late," he said. "We can only cover for her now. Don't let her die. Leave that to me," Atlas spoke from the side. His gun kept firing energy bullets without stopping. Each of these bullets hit the roaches that almost hit Farron precisely. I love you." Farron, who noticed his support, shouted from afar. She continued massacring the cockroaches without any mercy. A feral smile adorned her beautiful face behind the visor as she danced among the disgusting creatures. Showing a smile on his face, the blonde-haired man spoke. "We've been teaming up together for a few years now. I can support her myself. Please focus on eradicating the incoming enemies." Bam! "Should we go and find the wave boss now? We finished faster than expected, so it might haven't spawned yet. But nothing is wrong with splitting up to cover up a larger area," he suggested. "Splitting up," Flexi muttered, touching his helmet and falling into a deep thought. He was thinking about the pros and cons of splitting up to find the wave boss. Isn't that a very dangerous thing to do? Our enemies aren't just those roaches. There are also other players covering them. That's why it's better to split up. Atlas reasoned, if we're alone, then we can hide in a place that normally we couldn't use due to our numbers. I only suggest this. The final decision is with you, the leader. Once again, Flexi fell into a deep thought. It was risky, yes. But, was the efficiency at finding the boss increased? That was also yes. Looking at the two teammates in front of him, he finally arrived at a decision. Alright, let's split up. But keep the communication open, he said. And please record everything so we can use it to discuss what we lack later. Of course. Atlas nodded. Understood. Farron exclaimed. After getting confirmation from them, Flexi turned to Max. Before the orange-haired streamer could say anything, Max grinned and raised his hand. I will prepare the mags needed for the next wave. And don't worry about the players. I would be able to see them before they could see me. He confidently said, if the boss appears near the base, rush back immediately. I don't think I would be able to defeat it myself on the first try. Max probably would have thought otherwise if this game was a hack-and-slash genre. But facing a giant cockroach with a sniper rifle was, well, to put it bluntly, something he didn't want to do. The smaller ones were still alright, and players were welcome to become a good target practice. But the boss, only the boss is something I don't want to fight directly unless I am forced to. Fortunately, the team agreed to the plan. Facing the boss alone was also a stupid move. The reason why they split up to begin with was just to find the boss's location. After someone found it, they would stay hidden and waited for the other to arrive. Afterward, they spent a few seconds discussing where they should go before deciding that they should spread in the direction of the wall they protected earlier. It would be easier to remember. And Operation Scouting Boss, named by Flexi, started. After everyone was left in their respective direction, Max began to work alone in the base. First of all, let's put around 50 sniper rifle mags around the walls, also, 50 rifle mags and a bag of shotgun ammo. I can use these bags with shotgun ammo to move the magazines easily too, quite convenient. The first wave boss usually spawned 10 minutes after the wave started. Exterminating the first cockroach raid in under 10 minutes was a feat that only professional teams and a few others could do. It was a significant benefit for preparing to handle the second wave or find the boss. Unlike the wave that spread evenly around all 10 bases across the map, only one wave boss spawned each wave, and it gave a good amount of annihilation points to the team that managed to kill it. There was no contribution whatsoever, only the exterminator got points. Max managed to prepare all the energy magazines and put them in their respective place faster than he had thought. By now, he was used to the space suit and the large sniper slung over his back. And there was no disturbance that made him stop in the middle of his work. That's done. He nodded in satisfaction and returned to the north wall. Standing with his right leg resting on the higher platform, he put his hand on top of the visor to look around. No cockroaches in sight. The communication device in his ear was active, and he decided to contact them. How is the situation, everyone? The base is safe from both roaches or players. I haven't seen a moving shadow in the last 5 minutes. Flexi here, there is no sign of shiny black boulders around. The boss should have spawned already, but I can't find it in the south area. I will go back after looking around a bit more. Farron reports. I found no boss here, but I saw 2 bases in the distance. I am observing them right now. Similarly, it's probably in the north direction. I will return to the base shortly. This direction, huh? Max mused as he set his sniper rifle. Let's look around then. Who knows if I hit a jackpot? Thinking so, he got into a prone position once again while looking around. At the same time, the communication in the communication device still continued, with Flexi giving out orders. I will also return with Atlas, then. And Farron, can you keep an eye on them? Please don't engage in any fight. But if you find a chance or a wandering player, feel free to trust your judgment. Yeah, you can trust me. We might not be able to get the first wave's boss this time, but that's fine. Let's meet up and prepare for the next strategy. Click. With a clicking sound, the communication was over with Flexi's order. Max concentrated and looked around the distance through the optical scope. He could control the zoom until 50x of the normal human vision. At first, he observed the entire area with the most board zoom he could use, a 2x zoom option. Then, he slowly increased it to 3, 5, and then 10. The small pebble in the distance was now clear, and he could even see some cockroaches, the regular size, running around cluelessly. That wasn't his target, so he ignored it and scoured other parts. Everyone's report said the boss was probably on the north side. It could be hidden behind craters or big boulders that formed over the years. The players were panicking. The boss. Kill the boss. Trying to control the situation, the first player kept shooting. The smoke created by the biochemical solution would be gone soon. Just kill it first, and then we can find the player that throws. Ah! Just before the first player could finish his sentence, a scream rang. He stopped shooting and looked in the direction where the scream was. Following that, another small explosion burst. Puff! The smoke became thicker once again. It didn't affect human players, but it did its job to blind them temporarily. Ah, help! Phew! Stop it! Phew! Two similar screams rang. The player in the dark suit knew whom they belonged to. Their voices were similar to his teammates. From the sound that followed their scream, he understood that they were killed by another player instead of the wave boss. Raising his gun, he looked around in fear. There was no telling when his fate would follow him next. Once the blue gas disappeared, just thinking about it made him scared. Come out, coward. Show yourself. So, he covered his fear with a brave front. The truth was, he just wanted to survive and kill the wave boss, so they didn't finish in last place. Still, he gave boo. His enemies seemed to play around with him and actually showed up in front of his face. Not exactly in the front because what he saw was the tip of a muzzle right in front of his visor instead of a face. Bang! With that sound coming out from his enemy's mouth, he saw a bright flash. That was the last thing he saw before a notification popped out. Team Brave Front has been annihilated. Good game, well played. 10 out of 10. It was the end for them. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Brave Front. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Saying that Flexi was surprised wouldn't be far-fetched. In his long career as a streamer, he had met various people, a pleasant one, an unpleasant one, a funny one, and even those skilled streamers and professional gamers. Among the people he met, the most talented one might be his new best friend, Breeze. Following him was Stone Sword. There was no doubt in that man's skill as he was one of a few streamers who could possibly appear in the professional gaming scene without any problem if he wanted to. At first, when Stone Sword said that he knew someone more skilled than him, Flexi was skeptical. He only thought that the Spencer's heir was kidding and only said so out of flattery. His first impression of Atlas was that the blonde-haired man was arrogant. His lover was a more arrogant person than him, though that couldn't be seen when they were together. Still, Flexi desperately needed more players, so he negotiated with the person Stone Sword recommended before finally arriving at a deal. As long as the other person could compete equally or had a similar level as his, then that would be fine. Flexi had no intention to win after his teammates left him. He just wanted to fulfill the promise he made in the Biozone monthly segment. If he backed away, he would be seen as a liar, and that would hurt his image. However, hope returned. Breeze agreed to join him, and that was a tremendous help. And now, the new teammates he recruited had shown his skill. Crazy. In Roach Planet, the party leader's matchmaking rating was the one that determined their enemies. The higher his rating was, the stronger the enemies. As someone who planned and could compete in a professional scene, Flexi's MMR was in the top 1%. The other players should have had similar or a slightly worse MMR than him at best. In short, they were crazy strong players. He killed all of them instantly. His speed isn't any slower than Breeze's. Does a person like that actually exist? That guy has the second highest ranked SR in the whole world. The only people who could probably match him were those in the top 5. There are still people with insane skills out there. I only excel in something I am confident at, a strange and unexpected movement. Not that it was too important. His goal wasn't to be the greatest gamer but the greatest streamer. Gaming skill was only a tool that he used to reach that goal. Well, it's time to prepare for Wave 2. He stood up, jumping down the wall with the support of a grappling gun to open the gate for his approaching teammates. When he unlocked the gate from inside, and it opened, he saw Flexi and Atlas already standing on the other side. "Good job," he said. "Is it hard?" "Ha ha ha, Atlas took care of everything. I have no time to help at all." Flexi stepped inside while laughing, his mood was clearly better than before. He looked at Max and continued, "And you deliver the last shot. I literally only stand there in case other teams arrive. I tell you, he's really good. I just ambushed the enemies. It's nothing hard," Atlas said as he closed the gate behind him. "Well, if you say so." Flexi puffed his chest proudly. "I think we can win the competition with our team skills." "Ha ha ha, my eyes to judge people are really sharp," said someone who looked frustrated and depressed after being left alone by his former teammates. Max scoffed at his friend's shenanigans, causing Flexi to flinch. The orange-haired streamer raised his finger. "That is that, and this is this," Flexi said. His expression turned serious. "Anyway, the second wave won't start for another 10 minutes. We should think about what to do with the 2 enemy bases Farron found. What do you guys think? Let's destroy it. Raid it." Both Atlas and Max answered almost immediately with a sure tone. If there were enemies, then just destroy them, especially those close to their base. That way, they had a bigger area to work with, allowing them to get the second and the last wave's boss monster without any problem. Just kill, and they wouldn't be a problem. Easy plan. The problem was, if they attacked one base, the one close to it would probably interfere and become the third party. It was a bit unusual that 2 bases spawned near each other like that, but not impossible. The goddess of RNG held the saying, after all. "You guys are really barbaric." Flexi shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "Is there no better plan in your mind besides raid and destroy?" "I mean," Max raised his shoulders, looking at Atlas. "If Atlas alone can annihilate one team easily in this matchmaking, then doesn't that mean the others are just as easy as them? Just think of it like this. Do you need a plan to destroy ants?" "I agree with Breeze." Atlas nodded. "If the enemies are professional players, then I might just pretend to be one of the players from the other base and cause disturbance that made them fight against each other. However, the skills of our enemies aren't that high. The 3 of us are enough to destroy them." Arrogance was indeed something bad. However, confidence was a different thing. Both Max and Atlas knew their skills and the enemy's skills. In this case, they weren't arrogant. They were only confident. It was something only experience provided. Experience that only those at the top could know. Flexi also understood their skill level. As a leader, he shouldn't have allowed them to go with their plan. But this game was to gauge each other's skills and learn teamwork. It might be a good chance to see their real skills. The orange-haired streamer thought. The ones who wanted to win this game so badly are the 3 of them, not me. If they still wanted to attack those bases, then so be it. They are the ones held responsible for the result. Fine. Flexi sighed in defeat. "I will protect the base in the meantime. Give me your grappling gun and your sniper, buddy. I will lend you my guns." "No need to. I am happy enough with the grappling gun and the sniper rifle. I will support both Farron and Atlas from a distance." Max turned to the blonde-haired man beside him. "You can deal with them easily, right?" "Haha, I will try." Atlas laughed softly. "I can't promise it will be easy, but I am confident it will be over before the second wave. But if we really want to attack, we should go right now. I doubt Fair will have the patience to wait for too long without moving." "Well then, that's decided." Max nodded in satisfaction, and a wild grin rose behind the visor. "I am counting on you to protect the base, buddy. Good luck. Have fun wreaking havoc," Flexi said, letting out another sigh. Both of them approached the figure and stopped in front of her. Farron's face lit up considerably when she saw Atlas, just like a dog who had met her owner after not meeting him for a long time. She even jumped and hugged him without caring where they were. Max felt like a third wheel between them. He needed to steer the situation before they continued their flirty act. That was possibly the only thing that stopped them from being perfect teammates. "M.I. Farron, where are the enemy bases? I want to check the situation from far away." Remembering what Atlas told him how to call Farron, Max changed the way he called her in the middle of the sentence. Turning at him, Farron looked a little bit displeased as she pointed in a certain direction twice. There and there, she said, all the enemies are inside. I saw them entering after I heard the notification about our team killing the first wave boss. I see. Can I see them if I reach this hill's highest point? You totally can, Farron exclaimed, puffing her chest proudly. In fact, this spot is the best for snipers. When I heard that you were coming, I immediately looked for the best spot. Hee, I also found a way to enter their base stealthily. We can attack anytime. You're as prepared as ever, Fair. Good job. Atlas praised and patted her head. Of course, I am. Both of them once again entered their own world. Max smiled wryly, feeling like he was ignored in this place. Protecting the base was much easier than watching them flirting. Does Flexi also feel like this when he's alone with them? Rather, I don't think he felt something like this. That bastard has a sexy girlfriend. But, I am not jealous of him. I wonder why. While thinking so, he went to the highest point of the hill, crouched, and set up his sniper rifle. At that moment, he realized and got the answer to his question. Lisa always hit and mocked him. That's why I don't feel like they are really lovers. It's like a relationship between a master and her dog. He nodded in understanding. Setting those feelings aside, he knew Atlas and Farron would move when he asked them to. After playing for a while with them, he understood their personality slightly. They are just like me. Someone who loves challenge and victory. Looking through the scope, he managed to find the two bases. They were pretty close to each other, possibly only separated from each other by 200 to 300 meters. How would their teams handle the wave? Would the waves combine with each other, and they would defend their bases together? Max had various questions. He would probably ask Flexi later. For now, his job was to scout. And scout, he did. How is it? Atlas' voice rang behind him, startling him slightly. Max hummed in interest as he moved his scope slowly. Two players are standing on the wall facing each other, holding rifles. The other two from each team couldn't be seen, probably out there to hunt roaches for extra points. So we confirmed 4 people. The blonde-haired man said, do you think you can kill the one on the left? I will destroy the right base's core and eliminate them with Fair when they are confused. You think you can do that? Max asked. There were 2 ways to destroy and eliminate enemies. One was to wipe them at the same time without allowing their teammates to revive their friends who got knocked down. To put it simply, kill them all and make their vitals all black. The second way was to destroy their base's main core inside the warehouse. It was connected to their vital sign. And if it was destroyed, their sign would turn black, and the team would be wiped out. Against those enemies, Atlas' voice was tinted with a hint of mocking, it will be easy. I don't want to say it in front of the leader, but the enemies in this MMR are a bit too easy for me. Those enemies aren't good enough to play in a professional competition, they are just too lukewarm. You're so harsh. Max laughed it out. This man was too arrogant. But he had the skill to back it up and was kind enough to think about Flexi's feelings. Don't you think so too? Atlas smirked. Having no good practice opponents like them won't help us in the competition. Let's finish this and increase the leader's MMR so we have stronger opponents. Agreed. Let's destroy the right base and then the left. Farron chimed in with a shrill voice, it will be easy, I promise. Just shot one guy and then another when he tried to revive his friend, who got knocked down. That will give us enough time for us to destroy the right and go to the left. A sniper rifle was pretty overpowered in this game. Or at least, that was the case for Max, who was able to run as fast as normal players while holding such a bulky thing. The other 2 players from the left base seemed to hear the explosion and hurriedly ran out of the warehouse. They climbed the wall and looked around to find where the enemy's attack originated. Looking at them, a thought arrived in his mind. Let's just kill them too. I don't need to wait for Atlas or Farron to destroy their base's main core if I can annihilate them. They were still confused. With 2 more pulls from the triggers, the enemies were easily killed. With no players living, the base slowly crumbled as if a strong earthquake hit it. At that time, notifications rang in his ears. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Roach Hunter. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Moondust. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Max was pleasantly surprised that he heard two kinds of notifications at once. He raised his head and looked at the base located on the right. The fate that waited at the base was similar to the one on the left. It crumbled slowly into gray sand. He could see two shadows walking away from the crumbling base. Using the scope, he could see them clearly. Atlas and Farron bumped their fists. Their expressions were smug. Arrogance backed with real skill is just simply confidence. Well, I guess I can show them off to my viewers in my second stream. Thinking so, he stood up and picked up his sniper rifle. It was time to return and prepare for the second wave. Max and the other two returned to the base right before the second wave began. Standing inside the base and moving more magazines to the wall, Flexi welcomed them with a wide grin and annoying laugh. This orange-haired streamer had regained his vigor after finding out their skills. While they wanted to celebrate that they had annihilated 3 teams and even killed the first wave's boss, giving them a total bonus of 1600 annihilation points, they still had to protect their base from the second wave. The second wave was similar to the first one, save for the number of roaches that doubled. There were no mutated cockroaches yet. They would only appear from wave 3 onward. It was said onward because the match would only be over when only one team was left. Until then, the waves would keep coming. The interval of the incoming wave would also decrease until there was the famous 10th wave, called the infinite wave. Cockroaches would keep coming without an end. Normal and mutated cockroaches and the boss wave would join to attack the remaining bases. But that only happened when all teams were strong enough to protect their bases. Not even professional gamers could defend their base up to that point. The mental and physical exhaustion that gathered before reaching 10th wave was really taxing. In fact, in this current game, there were only 5 teams left. Save for the 3 that their team destroyed, 2 other teams seemed to meet unfortunate accidents or got annihilated by the others. The second wave is here. It came from the south. With Flexi's south, everyone began to move. Like before, Farron confronted the wave directly while wielding her shotgun. Every time she shot, she cocked it back with a graceful movement, as if she was dancing. The other provided support, and Max destroyed the incoming roaches before they could even reach Farron with his sniper rifle. It took approximately 8 minutes for them to deal with the second wave. Following that was the boss hunt like before, with Max protecting the base. He was prepared to provide support and scout the north area. This time, there were a few cockroaches trying to approach the base due to their increased numbers, but he blasted them all away easily. After noticing that something similar happened from the other direction, he began his patrol around the wall, blasting everything he saw moving. There was no discrimination. Had he known this, he would have just streamed the first game earlier. But it couldn't be helped. It was urgent. I guess I will stop Mercenary Quest until the end of May. He thought. Let's focus on Midnight Heist and this roach planet. But from the 15th to 18th I can only practice at night due to the Midnight Heists tournament. He continued. I am aware of that, so I don't mind. Flexi nodded. I also don't mind. Rather, I can finish a lot of jobs and add shoots at that time. That will keep me free from the 19th onward until the competition day. Farron exclaimed excitedly. As for At, he's jobless when we had no couple to shoot, so he's pretty much free. While that's the truth, it's a bit hurt when you're so honest, Fair. Atlas laughed bitterly, but yes, just as she said. I only need some time on the 28th and 29th in the morning to deal with something. That's okay. Flexi said, as long as you're free in the morning of 30, because we have a joint practice with other teams that joined the competition at that time. It's an offline joint at New Eden City. Holding his chin, Atlas seemed to consider something. A little bit later, he nodded and looked at Flexi. I should be able to finish my stuff before that. Great. Flexi smiled brightly. Seeing that everything was settled and scheduled, Farron clapped her hands to get our attention. An impatient expression was written on her face. Now that's settled, I really need to go. See you again, Breeze, leader. After that, she pulled Atlas, arm and disappeared from the bar together. Max was left alone with Flexi, and they both looked at each other. Now what? Now what? Max asked his friend. He sat on the soft sofa across from him. I haven't livestreamed anything today. And, yeah, I also paused my mercenary quest for your sake, buddy. So, if you showed me something pathetic like earlier, I would immediately call this quit. Scratching the back of his head, Flexi leaned against the sofa's backrest. Yeah, I know. I wanted to blame my lack of sleep and frustration, but I was just too immature earlier. Sorry, bud. It won't happen again. I promise. Nah, you can do it again, Max said, looking at his fingers as if he was uninterested in the topic, much to Flexi's surprise. A smirk crept onto his face as he turned to the orange-haired streamer. That way, I can properly record it and use it as blackmail material. Ha ha ha, I bet Lisa will like seeing your pathetic display. I wonder how she would react. You were just lucky that we didn't livestream it earlier. Woah, Flexi jumped from the chair with a pale face. It was a wonder that it was so clear in the VR world like this. Buddy, you won't do that to me, right? Not to Lisa, please. I was already punished and got beaten by a pillow 2 days ago for whining. Oh, that's new. Max's grin widened. You know what, I actually recorded it. I wonder how she will react. That would be funny. An evil laugh escaped his lips. Of course, that was a lie. And Flexi knew about it too. However, he still played along. Don't you dare. The orange-haired streamer jumped onto him and was about to tackle him, but he resisted by raising his hands. They were locked in a pushing position, and both tried to get the upper hand. Even so, they seemed to enjoy it. Laughter echoed in the bar as two young men engaged in mock wrestling to decide Flexi's fate. Do you know where Breeze is? I've followed his strike, but there is no news about him. Maybe he's tired. He could also have a secret project that takes more time than he thought. Makes senses. But even when he's in Paperful City, he still updates his strike and even livestream his activity. After getting tagged many times and having notifications popping up, Bloodsucker replied to the comments while getting annoyed. He clicked his tongue and closed the forum after blocking the notification from it. Those bastards are so annoying. I am busy here. How dare they tag me many times like that? I still have one video left. Inside his room, Bloodsucker's complexion wasn't pretty good. The bags around his eyes were pretty heavy and dark, signing that he hadn't slept for a few days already. The white sclera around his pupil now resembled his red irises. However, he didn't stop there. He was on a mission. An important mission to break his limit and reach a new height. I will make this the greatest video ever. I won't lose to that guy. Still, he had something that the other fans didn't. Now that he had seen the thread, it bothered him so much that he couldn't concentrate. His source of amusement was also gone for 2 days, and that irritated him further. Clicking his tongue once more, Bloodsucker opened a message application and found Breeze's name in it. He sent a message that conveyed all his viewers' requests. Bloodsucker, I am doing my job here, so do your job. Get up and make a strike status or turn on the livestream. Initially, the vampire-like man didn't expect an immediate reply. He knew the other party, his boss, had a lot of stuff going on besides streaming. But he didn't know that it was morning. And the morning was when Max checked all his emails and messages. So he could reply at a lightning-fast speed. Breeze, I will make a status on strike. Ha ha ha, I have been a bit of a wreck in the last 2 days. Thanks for reminding me, sucker. When Bloodsucker read that message, a chill sent down his spine. Who the heck was this? Breeze wasn't like this. With trembling fingers, he typed a reply. Bloodsucker, I don't know what happened, but get yourself together. And it's not my job to remind you like this. Get yourself an assistant, secretary, or manager who controls your schedule and social media. Tisk, everyone is so dependent on me. He shook his head. No one seemed to be able to do anything themselves without him, whether it was the fans or Breeze himself. I am just too amazing. He smirked. And thus, he continued doing his job, tweaking with videos to make it amazing. Max washed his face and looked at his reflection. He was a bit embarrassed that he wasn't professional enough to the point he forgot to update his status on strike. His life wasn't only his anymore. He shouldn't worry his fans. To think that even Bloodsucker is telling me this. I also need to get my act together. It was not because he forgot to update his status last night. He talked a lot with Flexi to know better about the competition. Not only that, they also talked about how skillful Atlas and Farron were. Max gave his guess that they were probably sitting at the top 20 SR ranking. Lily, whose movement was also similar to Farron's, had 97.6% SR. Those couple probably had an SR similar to hers. When both of them realized it, midnight had arrived, and Flexi excused himself to stream another game. Meanwhile, Max was already tired and hit the bed immediately to prepare for today's practice. Before that, he still had time and decided to update his strike. Sorry, guys. I am a bit too busy and forgot to give an update. I will start live streaming early today, at 9 AM. We will play Roach Planet with Flexi and 2 other friends. Mercenary Quest's main story will be postponed temporarily until the Midnight Heist tournament ends. That's it, see you soon. In just a few minutes, many replies arrived. So you're still alive. Good to know. Mercenary Quest is postponed, but Roach Planet is on. Wait, if you play with Flexi, does that mean you are participating in that competition too? 2 tournaments in a month. Breeze is so wild. So after being a thief, police, a hunter, now he's going to be an exterminator. He has so many jobs. What's he going to be next? I am glad to see you doing well and give us info. But even if you are sick, please do tell us. Just a sentence is enough. Roach Planet, EH. I wonder what kind of weapons you will use. Max was relieved that the response was mostly positive, and most of them actually worried about him. He replied to some comments that stood out and joked around with those leaving comments about Roach Planet and his various jobs. Yes, I am going to participate in that tournament. Dude, you forgot I am also a Tresor who does parkour and a streamer. But if you ask what kind of job I will be doing next, I want to be a killer KKKK. Thank you for worrying about my condition. I am not sick, don't worry. I was just babysitting a certain orange-haired friend of mine. The art of shifting blame was truly wonderful. Breathing deeply, Max calmed his nerves down and pulled the trigger. Many bullets flew out of its muzzle in a spraying motion. For some reason, it wasn't concentrated and created a straight line even though the gun almost had no recoil. Still, most bullets still hit the target. Out of 50, the Mach P90 spewed out around 39 bullets hit 2 targets. There were also explosion traces that were outlined with blue on the bodies of the 2 cockroaches. It was indeed way smaller, only a third of that rifle's bullet. Looking at the result, Max casually changed the magazine into a new one. Let's try it on the boss next. He muttered, spawn the first wave boss. The 2 normal cockroaches disappeared into tiny pieces and were replaced by a large one with an exoskeleton as smooth as a diamond. Once again, Max got into position and emptied his clip. 50 bullets flew and created small explosions when they touched the large cockroach. The result was satisfying. The damage might be spread out, but the weapon certainly works, although it was proved to be better used against normal cockroaches. Nodding, he once again reloaded the submachine gun and said another command. Spawn a player. Continuing that, he kept experimenting with various things until 8:30 AM, like changing weapons and seeing auxiliary items, effect on the enemies. Only then did he stop and prepare for his livestream. Exiting the training room, Max started his stream, leaving it with a loading screen. He looked around the bar and found that no one was there yet. It's still 30 minutes before the gathering time. I guess I will talk to my viewers first. Finding a good sofa to sit on, he set the camera to hover around him and wrote, I am streaming, on a board beside him to alert the others when they entered. From the edge of his view, he noticed that more than 10K viewers were already waiting for him. We will exterminate roaches. Come here, you shiny, black, disgusting thing. Hashtag Roach Planet, hashtag practice, hashtag competition, hashtag flexi, hashtag orange squash team. Viewers, 12,721. The chat was also moving pretty fast, even when he put a 10-second cooldown. Smiling wryly, he decided to increase the cooldown to a 15-second cooldown before changing the loading screen into footage taken by the floating camera. Yo. Good morning, guys. Welcome. My apologies for not giving any news for the last 2 days. My days have been so busy, and many things have happened. I need to calm myself down and get away from the internet. But don't worry. I am fine and still kicking if that answers your question. So you're saying, enough internet for today. And then disappearing for 2 days. Thank God you're fine. I thought Bloodsucker already sucked your blood dry. His reply in the forum indicates that he knew about your condition, but he stayed silent because he's the culprit. I am glad you're alive. A bar again, huh? You really frequent one lately, both in Midnight Heist and this. Private room in Roast Planet. Rich Breeze, for real. So you're now playing Roach Planet, right? Sounds fun. I will keep the filter on, lol. Can't handle insect stuff. Dondododin has donated 500 diamonds. Welcome back. What could we expect for today? And what does Orange Squash Team mean? Let me tell you what I did yesterday that led me to this situation. Following that, Max explained why he needed to babysit Flexi yesterday. It was a simplified and dramatic version that made him look kinder and his friend looked less pathetic. So, that's why I and 2 other friends helped him. We might have no experience with Roach Planet, save for Flexi. But I am confident we can have a shot at winning the competition at the end of May. He grinned. What a good guy. This guy deserves a reward for best friend. For real, Flexi needs to give him another lesson fee. The last lesson fee is spent. Ask Moni. Money. Hee, that's already on the to-do list. Quite some time was spent talking to his viewers. It wasn't boring or even tiring. No, it was surprisingly fun for Max. Sometimes, talking with your fans would make them know you better and vice versa. After talking for a while, he heard a sound from the elevator's direction. Raising his head, he noticed the door was open, and 2 people were walking out while holding hands. They are. Crazy couple. Isn't that Atlas and Farron from Horizon Online? Why are they with Breeze? That beautiful platinum hair, no doubt about it. Isn't that Farron? Kya, I am a fan of her online magazine. Damn, the teammates are the crazy couple from Horizon Online. Can they play the FPS game, though? The fact they are here means they can play, no. Flexi isn't someone who will throw a competition for reputation. Looking at the chat, Max smiled wryly. Atlas and Farron's popularity was bigger than he thought. Their easygoing and energetic personality didn't really reflect that. I heard that they had a shoot yesterday. And from what I remember, Farron is a model. I didn't think much before, but to think they are so famous. He thought, standing up from his sofa. Upon seeing them, Max decided to greet and warn them because some of his viewers apparently recognized the couple from other games. Good morning, he said, smiling brightly. I am streaming right now. Do you mind if you appear in it? If you do mind, I will try my best to keep the camera pointed at myself alone. Sighing once again, Max looked a bit troubled. On the one hand, he was slightly angry because Farron got involved in his private matters. On the other hand, he didn't want to make it a bigger problem than it was right now. It could have ended with an apology and a bit of talk. He also didn't want to trouble Flexi with this. His friend had a hard time gathering this team, and he didn't want to destroy it just because of a misunderstanding or a bit of miscommunication. I know I am a bit slow, but she doesn't need to say that on stream. He thought, letting out another sigh. She probably thinks we've been together since that date. I know where she came from too. I would be mad if Lisa somehow said Flexi isn't her lover in a stream. It was so tiring. I prefer getting hit by a sudden drama from a guy like Bear Guy 0G rather than getting people nagging about my relationship with others. It's okay. He finally quenched out words from his throat. Please, don't get involved in that again unless I ask for it. I want to take it at my own pace. We understand. Once again, we're truly sorry for the slip of the tongue. Fair honestly thought you and Lily are now together. So she was surprised when you said those things. Before Farron could say anything more, Atlas gagged her mouth with his hand. The blonde-haired man smiled wryly. It's just as I thought. Max smiled back. That doesn't justify her action, though. It's not me who will get affected if this misunderstanding spreads. Yeah, it's fine. But please, do tell my viewers that Farron is only joking. I don't want a drama about my relationship with Lily to spread. He said, and please also apologize to Lily about what happened earlier. Even if you're her friend, you probably should do that. Yes, that's what we planned to do, Atlas said, turning to look at Farron. Right, fair. The platinum-haired girl only nodded, facing his cold gaze. After that, Max continued his stream and jokingly said it was only a misunderstanding. Farron also laughed while scratching the back of her head, saying that she only reacted that way because she also watched Breeze a lot. While that reason wasn't a good one, the viewers took that for now. The reason was simple: a beautiful girl was the one who corrected her own sentence. It must be correct. Well, Breeze is maidenless. It's his fate. I know he has no GF. Yeah, there is no way he got a girlfriend already. Spineless streamer. Get your act together, and just confess. You guys aren't together yet. I thought you already lived together since judging that video contest. Max didn't know whether that was a blessing or a curse, but the chat didn't really think much about it. Some only teased him about it without making it a big deal. It was as if everyone reached an understanding to keep it inside the circle. Am I overreacting for something so simple? He thought, slightly confused. His parting with Nina probably affected his reaction earlier. It wasn't just a simple parting, after all. Indirectly, he rejected her feeling and put an end to that hope. I probably am overreacting. It seems I am also not fine after making that decision. I should also apologize to them after the livestream ended for scaring Farron. They are unaware of what I felt, after all. Even if he wanted to do that, the atmosphere between the three of them became a bit awkward. Thankfully, it didn't last long. A few minutes later, the elevator's door was opened once more and Flexi stepped into the bar with a hearty laugh. Wahaha, sorry, guys. I am a bit late. When he entered, his smile immediately froze, and he looked around in confusion, sensing that the atmosphere wasn't what he had expected. Did I miss something fun? After getting a little explanation from Max, after he muted his stream again, Flexi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well, don't mind. Just follow your heart, the orange-haired streamer claimed and patted Max's shoulder, much to his displeasure. And, yeah, sorry, bud. I will probably stand by Farron's side in this discussion. But let's not talk about that now and focus on the practice, yeah. Max agreed with Flexi as he nodded. There was no point continuing that stuff. Let's talk about our practice today, then. I have already analyzed yesterday's video and decided to change the plan and roll slightly. The team gathered by Flexi's words, sitting around a long table in the middle of the bar. Once they gathered, Flexi looked at them seriously before stopping at Max. I think leaving Breeze to defend the base is stupid. That was the first sentence he said, and the others agreed with it. Don't get me wrong. I know it's your condition to join the team, but your skills are more useful. When you destroyed 2 enemy bases yesterday, I just know that we can use a different strategy than the other teams. Our team's skill is higher than average. The professional average. In fact, the match yesterday looked pretty easy, but my team usually practiced with similarly skilled players. Of course, I wouldn't say the real professional team would only have that kind of skill, as they have better teamwork, but I believe we have similar skills to those pro gamers. The other 3 were surprised when they heard Flexi's words. Max, especially, was surprised. He heard from Atlas that the enemy's MMR was lower than those at the true top. So, when Flexi said that, he didn't know who to believe. Are you sure about that, leader? Atlas asked, seemingly surprised by the information too. If I remember correctly, your MMR is around 8700, right? Yes, that's right, Flexi confirmed with a nod. May I know the current highest MMR? Because, well, I don't think our enemies from before are any good. The blonde-haired man continued. Listening to him, Flexi grinned. The current highest MMR is around 9200, if I remember correctly. It's held by a player called Landlord24, the leader of the Mice team that also joined the competition at the end of May. His team is the current favorite to win, as all members are in the top 10 MMR ranking. I see. Atlas shrugged his shoulders, mostly out of disappointment at his enemy's skill. Still, it was good for the team. They were strong enough to defeat enemies of such caliber easily. The competition looked bright. The talk continued. Flexi told them the new plan he thought of. In the middle of the conversation, Max mentioned his change of weapon to Flexi. Hearing the change, the orange-haired streamer smiled. He even urged him to try because it would benefit the new game greatly. Speed was important in this new plan. A sniper rifle was just too heavy for it to work. And thus, they started their morning practice with the new strategy. The match started, and they were transported to the base on the moon. The new plan proposed by Flexi was pretty simple. Once the first wave ended, the trio immediately spread out to find the first wave boss, leaving Flexi to defend the base himself. Finding the boss was easier than before. Farron found the boss hiding like a boulder around the east direction of their base. Hey, between both of them, who do you think runs faster? Breeze aside, this crazy male called Atlas is amazing. How can he match Breeze in speed? Is he holding back? I don't think Breeze is holding back. Holy moly. I thought he was only good in Horizon Online due to the status, but apparently his mechanic is also really great. I am surprised. I'd like to watch more Atlas and Farron moments, but this is also great. Annihilation. Cuckoo, my right arm has been satisfied. More. Bring more sacrifices. The chat who recognized Atlas voiced many reactions. Max didn't bother to read them as he was concentrating on the game. Both of them hid behind a rock when three people that they saw from the distance passed them by. Lucky. No one found the boss yet. Go, let's kill it. We can't leave the base for too long. Use all your grenades to kill the boss. A tiny amount of information was gained from listening to them. Before running again, both of them nodded in understanding. They needed to finish this fast. Farron might only be able to get a minute. Or probably 3 minutes at best before she was overwhelmed. And based on their conversation earlier, they seemed to go straight to the boss from their base. Max and Atlas followed the footprints they left behind before finally seeing an outstanding structure that was different from boulders and craters spread on the map. They didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into it. The Watcher noticed their advance and raised his gun. Unfortunately for the man, Atlas had shot first. With precise accuracy, the rifle bullet hit right in the middle of the Watcher's head and killed him immediately. This would alert his teammates. They probably rushed back now, but that would still be too late. Using the grappling gun, Max climbed the wall and immediately entered the warehouse. He located the main core protected behind a glass layer and destroyed it with a grenade. The explosion brought the base down, crumbling it into gray sand. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Chippy Choppa. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Resting his Mach P90 on his shoulder, Max grinned widely. Let's get to the next base. His comment caused another stir in the chat. Barbaric strategy. Orange Squash. More like squashing base. The team name is cute, but the members are just crazy folks. Breeze. Too easy. I like this team already. Go. Defeat them all. The rest of the match was history. Following the fall of the first base, Max and Atlas returned to the base to defend it against the second wave. The three of them could defend against it because it only came from one direction. Meanwhile, Farron was out in the wild to find the others' bases using the wave as a guide. It was easy to find a swarm of cockroaches from a distance instead of a single building. She had around 10 to 15 minutes to work with. As a result, she managed to report the remaining 8 bases to the others. The second wave's boss gave 300 annihilation points. It was still less than destroying a team, so Flexi gave the order to hunt bases before the third wave started. With Max's speed and courage, they managed to clear the second wave in 5 minutes, just like before. He was already getting used to the space suit and could move more quickly than yesterday. Thus, his speed increased exponentially, around 1.2 times than before. And with that, he and Atlas decided to split up. 4 of the bases had 3 of their players out to find the boss, while the remaining 4 decided to defend their bases. Those former ones were their prime targets. Moving at a fast speed, Max visited the nearest base and killed the Watcher. He snuck up when the enemy lowered their guard and destroyed the warehouse. The second one was a bit tricky, with a crater on one of its sides. However, that allowed Max to use the crater to sneak behind the Watcher and kill him easily. Atlas finished his side a bit later than Max, but that concluded the first 4 bases. The boss was killed at this point, so they couldn't get an extra 300 points. However, they had time to finish another 2 bases after they joined with Farron. Following the plan, the 3 of them returned to the base to defend against the third wave. This is not Roach Planet anymore. It's Destroy the Base game. Breeze is on the cockroaches' side. He's just destroying his enemies one by one. Roach Planet equals X. Player Hunt equals V. Breeze is really playing in a strange way. But, isn't this plan Flexi's? Breeze has so influenced that guy that he begins to move away from his usual wait-and-see playstyle lol. Breeze. Hey, you coward. Let me show you how to do it. Flexi. Sure. Here is the lesson fee. Once again, Max didn't read the chat. However, his intuition as a streamer told him that the chat was making fun of him, so he spoke. I only bring positive influence, alright. Both Farron and Atlas, who had just returned after destroying 2 bases with him, looked at him strangely. Then they realized that Max was talking to his viewers, and Farron jumped once again. This time, she didn't make big trouble like before. As for me, I bring both. She exclaimed. I made many mistakes due to my mouth, he. Sometimes, I couldn't control myself and often made many enemies, both in real life and online. Sorry. She tucked out her tongue playfully. Only Atlas knew that she was genuinely sorry. This girl was unable to express herself better than that. Max didn't think much. When they worked together earlier, he heard about Farron from Atlas and slightly understood her personality. He was willing to forgive her now as long as she didn't repeat what she did. Back to the game, the team successfully fended off the third wave. A tenth of the wave was composed of mutated cockroaches with bright wings. They could fly around 5 meters high, which made them a bit of trouble. The total number of cockroaches was still the same as the previous wave. In the end, they needed around 9 minutes to fend off the wave and set to the last base they had to destroy. By now, they actually had accumulated enough points to be number 1. Flexi even suggested that they should surrender and move on to the next game. But Max rejected that suggestion strongly. Following Atlas' suggestion, the trio ran slower, matching the cockroaches' speed. The base wasn't too far, and they could see it getting attacked by a horde of cockroaches from far away. It seemed like they hadn't exterminated them yet. Let's go at full speed. Atlas gave out instructions perfectly as if he was used to it. Farron, please destroy the main core. Breeze, follow me. We will shoot at the cockroaches behind us in the interval to aggro them. Leave it to me, Got it. As Atlas was the person proposing the idea, Max followed his instructions. He tailed just behind the blonde-haired and shot the cockroaches behind him every 5 seconds until they reached the base. Climb up, Atlas said, pointing at the top of the wall. On it. However, Max was prepared for it. His grappling gun had already been shot, and he flew to the top of the wall. Landing on it, he could see Farron climbing on another side of the wall and the enemies who panicked. What is that? That person is bringing a wave to us. Hold on. Protect the base. Shoot them all. The enemies scrambled and began to shoot. Many bullets flew toward Max, but he didn't bother to dodge them. Instead, he spread his arms and embraced the incoming bullets. Ha ha ha. Get wrecked. Just as he did that, his body was riddled with bullets, knocking him down. That didn't stop the bullet rain. It kept hitting him until his vital sign turned black. You are dead. A red notification popped on top of his body, with a skull logo beside the word. Get wrecked. This is, not Sparta. This is Breeze. Goddamn. Atlas from A Crazy Couple are indeed crazy. To think he thought of this strategy in Roach Planet. This only shows Horizon Online's players not to mess with him. Remember, you must avoid two things in-game. First, pissing off Breeze. Second, getting close with Atlas. He's a monster among monsters. At that moment, the horde of cockroaches also arrived. The enemy players lost hope as they saw them closing in. Scary monsters crawled on their bodies, ready to bite them. Fortunately for them and Max's viewers, Farron destroyed the main core before the game turned gore and ended the game. What was left around the base was a girl in a space suit that raised both of her hands, making two peace signs. Yay! We won! The practice continued until lunch night. They only stopped for a while for lunch break, and at that time, Max paused his livestream. This practice stream unexpectedly brought many people. The viewers were split between those who liked rowdy people like Flexi and those who enjoyed unexpected stuff like what Max did. Both streamers knew they were watching because Farron and Atlas were with them, so they didn't hope much from them. If 100 or 2 stayed because they liked them, it was already enough. Talking about the stream, the new viewers' donations also pour in like a waterfall, surprising Max. He didn't think they would enjoy watching a game like Roach Planet. It seemed like people in this world didn't hate cockroaches as much as those in his past life. I also haven't seen a single cockroach, even in my previous apartment. The cleaning system in this world is so advanced, then. People don't know the horror of those tiny beasts. When night arrived, they decided to end the day with no more trouble save for Farron's slip of the tongue. Please don't forget to apologize to Lily. He didn't forget to remind Farron. Even when their relationship became better, he still wanted her to apologize to Lily directly. Hearing his reminder, Farron's cheek bloated. That's what I will do the first time I log out, she said, turning to Atlas. Breeze is still mean to me even though I apologized already. Patting her head, Atlas said, it was indeed your fault, and he wasn't angry. He just kindly reminded you because he was pretty worried about Lily. Let's say, what if someone who you just met twice suddenly said that I was no good? What will you do to them? Beat them to a pulp and make sure they won't be able to walk in society anymore. Farron's response was quick and deadly. Max and Flexi, who heard it, took a step back. The former thought twice whether his decision was the correct one or not. But seeing that Farron wasn't angry at him, he might be fine. See, Atlas only said that calmly, so, just apologize to Lily, alright. If she refuses to talk to you, I will ask Peter to relay it to her. This is why I love you. She hugged him tightly, causing the blonde-haired man to smile wryly and apologize to the two who had to see it. Both of them then left the lobby after they said goodbye to the two streamers. Seeing their figure engulfed in blue light and disappearing, Max sighed. They are such a roller coaster. I don't know whether I should be angry at Farron for what she said or thank her for my increased followers. In just a night, I gained 150k followers, making it 700k. He said, looking at Flexi, his friend and source of information about the streaming world. About that, Flexi looked at Max curiously. Why did you react so strongly? You usually would brush that off with a laugh and a joke. I've been curious until now. Well, Max scratched his cheek, feeling slightly embarrassed of this morning's outburst. 2 days ago, I just kinda rejected my childhood friend's advances by saying I supported her dream instead. I just don't want to be bothered by relationship stuff, you know. It just hit where it hurts. Really? Lily raised her head slightly. Trust me, Farron reassured with a firm nod. Based on my intuition as a woman and my skill at reading someone's intent that I sharpened in the modeling industry, I can tell you with 100% accuracy that Breeze doesn't hate you. Instead, it's the opposite. Lies. As I said, trust me. Why do you think he strongly asked me to apologize to you? Because he likes you. He's worried that you might be mad and sad. He doesn't want that to happen because he also likes you. Farron strongly declared with confidence. Still, it didn't look like Lily would believe her. It is a bit of trouble. Farron thought. There is no other choice. Let's be selfish one more time, for my Lily's sake. Raising her finger, she finally made a suggestion. Say, what if you join tomorrow's practice? You can decide whether he likes or hates you based on his reaction. Even if you can't play together with us, you can wait in the lobby. Of course, that's only. I will join. Lily cut Farron short, her eyes showed resolution. I want to meet him. A bright smile blossomed on Farron's face. It seemed like her friend liked her idea. Great. Then, that's settled. The video call ended after Farron told Lily the details of how to enter the private room. When the screen disappeared, Lily buried her face in the plush. Farron's words still rang in her ears. Max likes me, she thought, feeling blood rushing to her face. The fair skin turned red, and she was grinning like a stupid person. Her heart was beating fast, but it wasn't hurt. Rather, she liked what she felt right now after realizing what it was. The sadness she felt earlier was gone, replaced by unexplainable joy. He, Max likes me, and he knew I liked him. Suddenly, she was filled with inspiration. She raised her body and opened a music composing application, pouring all of her feelings into it. The music hadn't been created yet. No melody had been planned. However, she had decided on the title. Breeze, Take Me Away. And she began to work. Max walked down the street at night. The wind was not as cold as when it was in early April, a sign that summer would arrive soon. He wore a white shirt and long cargo pants, with his usual black mask covering his lower face. A bag filled with his streaming equipment slung over his shoulder and nested on his chest. Why was he out when it was already night? Not to mention, he also brought his new action camera and wireless microphone. There was no need to explain it. It was clear from what he brought and the fact he walked toward the park near his apartment. After so much happened in the last few days, he wanted to cool off his head. And the most efficient way to do that was to move his body, doing parkour. He didn't plan to stream anything but wanted to record what he did. This footage could also help Bloodsucker learn parkour editing. It might as well be a tutorial for his viewers, something he promised to make in the past. Arriving at the park, Max looked around. The wall he used to try IRL wall run and the uneven pillars were in front of him. The area around was lit bright enough. There was no need to set additional lighting to get good footage. And more importantly, there is almost no one here. 1 or 2 people could be seen running around the park, and there was a couple sitting on a bench a bit away from where he stood. No one will bother me nor report me to the police. Even if there is someone getting close, I can explain to them what I did by showing off my video. A privilege, or so he called it. For some reason, people became softer when they knew that the other person doing a dangerous stunt was a professional or at least knew what he did. The chance of getting reported to authority would be lowered exponentially. Still, it didn't completely erase the chance. Max planned to stay for less than an hour before changing or, at least, trying to find another good location for parkour. Preparation was needed. He set his camera to be at his eye level and clipped the microphone on his collar to catch his breathing and the wind sound. It would be fun doing this on the roof of my apartment. He muttered as he started warming up. I never thought they wouldn't give me the key just because it's night. I understand their concern for my safety, but it still sucks. He thought, stretching his legs to avoid any unwanted injuries. After he felt that his warming up was enough, he set an alarm with his smartwatch, exactly an hour from now. Once he concentrated, his awareness of his surroundings and time would be blurred. His sight would only be focused on the parkour path and what he did. Let's do this. Walking toward the lowest out of 20 pillars that made a spiral, Max decided to try it first by walking. The pillar got higher and higher with each step he took. Each had a 50 centimeters difference from the previous one, with the highest pillars reaching around 10 meters high. He wanted to get a feeling before going on a full sprint. After reaching the top, he looked around and spread his arms. The wind felt nice. A soft breeze brushed against his exposed skin. That was amazing, she said, her smiling face illuminated by the park's light. I didn't know you could do that. Backflipping into a handstand and then jumping around. Can you teach me how to do it? Smiling back at her, he answered, it's a little bit too dangerous for an amateur, so I won't be able to teach you in real life. But if you don't mind VR teaching, then gladly. Max hugged the pillar and slid down. He stopped the recording and walked toward her, who kept her gaze at him. Somehow, he felt more at ease. I don't mind, she said, nodding slightly. I just want you to teach me. If that's what you want. Max chuckled lowly. I will make time to teach you. She nodded, smiling brightly. Thanks. Also, have you finished yet? I want to watch more. Sure. I also plan to continue for 30 minutes more before taking a break. He said. Being with Lily made him at ease. The time felt slightly faster than before. He made some moves, climbing up and down the pillars with agility. Seemingly interested, Lily also tried to climb the pillars, ignoring Max's warning. He desperately tried to stop her, knowing how much danger was actually looming over this activity. However, much to his surprise and relief, she only tried the first 2 pillars. Even if she fell, the damage wouldn't be that much. At most, she probably would only twist her legs. But that still didn't sit well with Max, so he spotted her from below in case she did slip and fell. Naturally, that was only a baseless worry. Lily was athletic enough to coordinate her body easily. She also wore track pants and an exercise tank top, allowing her to move freely. With a mischievous grin, she pretended to fall and backflipped, landing on the ground safely. Max felt like his heart was about to burst out of worry. But the girl only said she was sorry. She suddenly wanted to do that. Time passed without them noticing. And as they sat on the bench, drinking water to rehydrate themselves, Lily suddenly dropped a bomb. Hey, Max, she called out to him, her face was getting closer to his ear. Then, she whispered, thank you. I will cheer on you in the competition. A shy smile formed on her blushed face as she backed away. Max could feel the heat rushing into his head. He bet that his face was also as red as hers. She's too dangerous, he thought. And she actively teases me. What's wrong with her now? Did Farron say something she shouldn't have again? Both of them were in their last teenage years. Max never experienced being 20 yet, he never had a chance to before. And both of them had only experienced their first love. That was why they enjoyed even a moment like this, even if they weren't official yet. Only time could tell when it would happen. Nevertheless, they knew it wouldn't be long until that time arrived. 2 days had passed since Max met Lily in the park that night. It was now May 14th. Not many things have happened since then. Max only sent the footage to his editor, Bloodsucker, and he practiced with Team Orange Squash like usual. The favor he asked from Flexi needed to wait until everything was over. Max wasn't rushing either, so it was perfectly fine. More importantly, when he met Farron in the private room, he told her that he forgave her, as Lily had already relayed that she had apologized properly. After practicing for a few games, which they used to test out many new strategies no matter how crazy they were, their teamwork increased, and they could communicate with just a few words now. The main concern they had now was their enemies. Just as Atlas had said in the beginning, they were too weak. An idea flashed in Max's mind after he heard that. I think we need to invite other professional teams for joint practice. We need to hold a scrim. He proposed to the others. While there was a joint practice a day before the competition, there was nothing wrong with doing it way before. It also benefited the other teams, as they could train with players on the same level and tried whether their strategy could work in a competition. Naturally, they would only use a fake strategy and play normally because showing their hidden card in the training would be stupid. But that was not the point. Scrim. What is that? Both Flexi and Atlas didn't seem to know the term scrim. A practice was practice. There was no other word than that. Max let out a sigh and decided to explain it to them. Scrim, or a scrimmage, is a test match between teams where we will play using the competition rules. If you want the simple term, it's a mock competition where we could play with teams with similar skills. There are many benefits, including assessing enemy teams and finding our weaknesses. If I remember correctly, there are 50 teams joining the competition this time. The top 2 teams from each group would then continue to the final. We can invite 9 of those teams to practice with us while simulating that we were in the actual tournament. None of the people in this private room were stupid. They immediately knew the advantages and disadvantages of this scrim. For them, the advantages were way more important than the disadvantages, which was allowing enemy teams to understand their level. This second qualifier would leave only 10 players competing in the final. It was a bit trickier than the qualifier, as the information mentioned the rules and the game would be different from the normal midnight heist. They will only announce the rule on the day of the final to keep it a secret. That's understandable. Max wasn't confident in this tournament. He only had to do his best to make content for his viewers. If he won, then that would be great. Finally, at the end of the new announcement was the prize list. Max's eyes turned green and reflected the trophy image that he saw. His jaw dropped when he read the winner's reward for the Tier 2 tournament. First place, $50,000 and a month vacation ticket to White Beach. Second place, $25,000. Third place, $10,000. After reading that, he decided on something. Screw content. He would get that 50 grand reward. Tier 1 players had a bigger reward because the competition was stricter and had a higher ceiling level. However, Max didn't envy them. No, this reward was enough. Sorry, Flexi. I will focus on this first. Do your best to gather people for the scrim while I make money. He laughed evilly, ignoring the fact that he was technically outside. Following that, he closed the screen and contacted Bloodsucker. If he wanted more content, couldn't he just ask his editor to split his VODs into several videos to keep his viewers entertained? Before that, though, he needed to make sure his main content was ready. Breeze. Yo, my lovely editor, Bloodsucker. How is the editing for that special video going? I believe you're doing great. If you have finished it already, send it to me so I can upload it after No Feed airs their official ads. Waiting for your answer. The answer came immediately. Bloodsucker. It's not done yet. I just scrapped everything and started again. Wait until tonight. Huh. Max raised his voice when he read the reply. That wasn't a good sign. Max's response was quick. He immediately pressed the call button and waited for Bloodsucker to receive it. Just like the message earlier, the call was received shortly. A screen popped up before Max, showing Bloodsucker's tired face. Behind his round glasses, dark circles that made his red eyes look like pandas were apparent. Surprise and anger melted quickly, replaced by worry. Clearly, the guy on the screen hadn't slept for a while. What happened? Max asked worriedly. Your dark circles look really bad. Have you ever got any sleep at all? While the video was important, it would just hurt his conscience if Bloodsucker got sick as a result. Max put the health of utmost importance above all else. How could he rest easy if he couldn't treat his editor with care and let him fall sick? Did he contradict himself? Why would someone who sought danger in parkour care about health? This and that were different. It's nothing, Bloodsucker responded, his voice croaking a little bit from exhaustion. More importantly, I said the video will finish tonight. Why are you calling me? At first, I was about to ask your explanation why you suddenly discarded the video you said was good enough. But after seeing your condition, I changed my mind. Sleep, sucker. You can just send the video tomorrow. No. Max was trying to be considerate, but Bloodsucker refused his suggestion. This is something I must complete. Sorry, but I won't stop. Just like you, who wants to compete with the others, I also like to make a bet. And this time, it's a matter of my skill. There is no way I can lose to that bastard who mocked me before. I will make this video better than his. Something seemed to happen on his end too. Max didn't know what that was, but one thing was sure. Is Bloodsucker acquainted with director Hugo? No, that can't be. That means he knows no feeds ad editor, probably friends or rivals. That's why he also knows that I have to shoot the ad when I contacted him in the past. That explained it. And the fact Bloodsucker suddenly discarded his editing and started a new one meant he wasn't confident enough to beat the ad. Or at least, his editing quality was still inferior to his friend. He unexpectedly has a high pride. After seeing Bloodsucker's condition and still working despite that, Max felt he didn't want to lose. Take it easy for the day. Huh, what a loser's mindset. Resting for an hour was enough. Before the tournament that started at 10 a.m. tomorrow, he wanted to regain his feeling in the midnight heist. After putting the empty glass in the kitchen, he stepped inside his VR capsule and dived into the game. Well, let's warm up for tomorrow. In the Midnight Heist's lobby, the atmosphere was pretty tense. People talked about tomorrow's tournament without stopping, discussing who would take the crown of the best player in Tier 1 and 2. Who do you think will win? I guess Tier 1 is pretty much in Imperial Prince's pocket. Or maybe Draclurd 61 unexpectedly has a good day and beats him. I am excited for the final already. A player said to a group around a round table with a large grin on his face. I think Imperial Prince is overrated. He can't even hold a candle against Stone Sword in other games. Another gave an opinion with a frown. Haven't you heard about that new player? Chicky Bum, who just rose to Tier 1. I think he has a big chance to win this tournament. Ah, I've heard about him. A female player exclaimed, he's a pretty good thief player. However, when he plays as a police officer, he always jests around and doesn't actually catch them. His notoriety among high-tier players is famous now. Oh, talking about a new player, haven't you heard of Breeze? A man in a purple suit raised his voice in a cheerful manner. He reached Tier 2 in just 3 weeks and is actually a good player. His ability is already proven, as he is the current synchronization test world record holder, the fastest person in the world. I've heard of him. The first player that started the conversation nodded, but isn't he just Tier 2? He won't compete in the main Tier 1 tournament then. That's right, ha ha ha. The Tier 2 tournament is for streamers and non-professional players. It's a kid's play. No matter how good of a player they are, they still won't be able to compete with pro gamers. They are on a different level. That's right. Ha ha ha. They laughed together. A player who sat near them, with his face hidden with a mask, accidentally heard their conversation and raised his head slightly. Above his head, his name was fully displayed. It said, Puppeteer. He was the former world record holder for the synchronization test and the person with 4th highest SR in the world. Breeze is also in Tier 2, huh? He looked at the group of players who talked about the competition with interest. Maybe it's time to show who the best player is. The day had arrived. On the morning of May 15th, Max stretched his body in the living room, warming himself up without doing any strenuous activity. He wanted to be in top shape in the tournament. While stretching, he looked at his message. Unexpectedly, many people contacted him this morning, especially those who knew he would enter the Midnight Heists tournament. Flexi. Yo, buddy. Good luck with the tournament. If you win, we will celebrate it with a tomahawk steak, ha ha ha. Lily. Max. Good luck. I prepared a surprise if you win. Stone Sword. May luck be with you. Lily pestered me to send a message. But I genuinely thought you would do fine even without it. Win this tournament. Mad Lad. Dude, you must win. I am unable to participate because my tier dropped yesterday, thanks to trolls. Win, for my sake. I need to boast to others that I have bested you in basketball twice. Amelia. Good morning. I've heard about your participation in the tournament from Mad Lad. I hope you win this one. And I am looking forward to our next meeting. Nina. Max. I am watching, so do your best. Mr. Taka. I am unable to openly give you our full support in the tournament, but I am allowed to wish you luck. May the Lady of Luck be with you. Bloodsucker. I am late because I fell asleep before sending it, but don't cut my pay. Here is the video.mp4. I assure you this will get many likes, so upload it. I beg you, please don't cut my pay. You were the one who told me to sleep. It was your fault. Max read them one by one and replied to them all. A small smile formed on his face. He had made good friends along the way. Even Mr. Taka gave him encouragement. Bloodsucker also delivered the video he needed on time. Fortunately, the deadline hadn't moved yet because No Feet hadn't released their ads yet. He planned only to upload his video 12 hours after No Feet, just to respect the other party for staring him in their ads and giving him money. Less than deadline. 0/30 days counting after the ad is released greater than. He still had time to upload it, so he decided to focus on his tournament first. Looking at the clock on his screen, he saw 9:31. The tournament would start in less than 30 minutes. Let's do this. In case something happened, he could at least have an upper hand if he didn't come out as an arrogant streamer. His fans would support him, blaming the rude streamers who surrounded him. Until now, Max hadn't given his consent to appear in their stream. Now, I need to excuse myself to prepare for the tournament. Can the crowd step away a little, please? Max requested them with a cold smile. If someone had a little bit of sensitivity and wasn't so dense, they would realize that this smile meant, get the fuck out of my face. Thankfully, that intention was relayed to some streamers. Yeah, sorry to bother you. The first streamer scratched his cheek and stepped away from Max, followed by the others. Now, he could get out of their encirclement. Thank you. With a bright smile, he casually walked past the other people in the bar. As soon as he exited, he broke into a run and disappeared behind the building. Why would he do that? Because Max had a bad feeling about it. After hiding, he secretly looked at the bar where he came out from and, just as he had expected, the streamers from before followed suit. They hadn't given up on finding him and getting more content. Sigh. They are so persistent. He grumbled in exasperation. Can't they just be normal? Like, giving space to a person who clearly wants to concentrate on the tournament. Those guys were probably streamers who were desperate to get viewers. Just by looking at how they answered all their viewers' questions, Max knew they probably only had 50 to 100 viewers maximum. It wasn't bad at all. In fact, if Max hadn't been lucky or had a unique way of playing Knight's Journey back then, he would also be in their position, scrapping over hundreds of viewers every day. That was why he wasn't mad at their effort to grow their fan base. He was just a little bit mad that they were wrong and had no respect for him. If they asked quietly whether he was willing to be in their stream or not, he wouldn't mind entertaining their viewers. No, he would be happy to help them. Well, what happened had happened. I better suit myself and escape their sight for a while, he thought as he prepared his disguise. Opening the game system menu, he put on an accessory, a black mask, to hide his face. It should be enough to avoid their sight, considering he had already hidden his name. Then, he prepared his livestream. The tournament's rules hadn't forbidden anyone to stream, but there was a special rule where they had to put a 5-minute delay 10 minutes before the tournament to avoid stream snipers who purposely tried to join the streamer's game and mess with them. That one is a good rule. I don't want to get trolls in my game too. Midnight Heists Tier 2 Tournament. Day 1 Qualifier. #Breeze #tournament #Midnight Heist #running. When everything was set, he immediately started the stream, and it showed the loading screen. His viewers started to gather. Viewers, 11,712. In just a few seconds, more than 11K people had gathered. They were on time as usual, even though it was still work hours. From the chat, it seemed like there were many new viewers who came solely to watch the tournament from his POV. I am new here. Tier 2 Tournament. I am looking forward to watching it. Loading screen, is the tournament not starting yet? To new viewers, welcome. Please enjoy your stay. Breeze. 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 Win this, Breeze. I know you're excited to get the money reward. Looking at the time, Max still had 20 minutes left before he could start his first game. He thought of greeting his There was a chance the other streamers would find him, so he decided not to change the screen and only lowered the music volume to allow his voice to be heard. Hello, guys. First of all, sorry. I have a reason not to show my face now and only use my voice. There are too many people in Midnight Heist's lobby now, and I am hiding from them. Once I put the 5-minute delay, I will change the screen back to normal. Please be patient. Hello. Many people. Are you hunted by any chance? Chased even before the game, Classic breeze. Emoji. Shocked. You got chased. Shall we protect you from those people? Emoji. Shocked. You will protect Breeze. I don't believe it. I bet you will jump on him. Max's body was covered in blue light and he was teleported to the starting point outside the club. He looked around and found his 4 teammates appeared beside him. They also tried to know who they teamed up with. 2 of them wore red suits and stocking masks, while one wore a rainbow outfit and a clown mask. The last one was wearing an ape costume with a monkey mask. All of them had slide shoes, which allowed them to slide anywhere at an increased speed for 3 seconds. Adding Max, who wore default costumes, it was a slightly balanced team. It would be better to have 2 players with a clown mask to secure the escape route. However, this team's composition was already better than he had hoped. Good luck, and have fun. Max greeted the others first, breaking the silence. May I request something selfish? I would be grateful if I am allowed to be the one to steal the target. I swear I will succeed at doing it as long as I have 2 supports. The tournament was point-based, calculated by how high MMR players gained in the game. If one became in novel fire P 5 times in a row, they had a higher chance of advancing to the next qualifier. At least, that was what people thought. The reality was that being MVP and gaining high MMR weren't unrelated. If that was all he needed, Max would be tier 4 immediately instead of tier 5. From that fact alone, it was clear that being MVP didn't necessarily mean having the highest MMR in the match. Max's idea was simple, just play his best according to his role. That was the best way to get a high MMR. And looking at his and his teammates' equipment, it was clear that he was the perfect player to steal the target. However, no, I don't think so. My stocking mask and slide shoes are the best combination to steal. Me too. Let me steal the target. Don't underestimate the monkey mask. In this Midnight Club map, the ability to climb up and down will prove to be necessary. I can escape through the rooftop with my mask's ability to climb like a monkey. There are many NPCs in this Midnight Club map. I can escape easily using my clown mask. The others had different opinions. They thought that successfully stealing the item would make them the MVP. While that way of thinking wasn't wrong, it would only give the police players some advantage. Teamwork was needed in this game. Max sighed in defeat. He was faced with 2 facts. The first was, this game might be harder than I initially thought. Another fact was something that he didn't take into account. Playing as a police officer might give me a higher MMR than being a thief because it needs more individual skill than a thief, which needs good teamwork. What an unbalanced tournament. From this moment on, everything was left to the goddess of RNG. May he be police in the next game to avoid this shitty discussion with his teammates. After the waiting countdown was over, the game officially started for the thieves. Max disguised himself as one of the NPC and entered the Midnight Club. In the end, everyone was adamant about stealing the target and didn't arrive at any conclusion. They decided to work by themselves, putting their ego on the front. There was no teamwork at all, and no one secured the escape point. This is a mess. He sighed in exasperation. If before he was irritated by those rude streamers, this time he was angry. The boiling anger he felt was enough for him to grit his teeth. Those fuckers tried to stop me from getting that 50 grand. While there was no one he talked to besides his viewers, who were 5 minutes behind, he kept yapping while making his way to the 2nd floor of the Midnight Club. The target would appear in the VIP area, and he needed to get access to that before his teammates. Those burdens got it. Arriving on the 2nd floor, he changed his disguise to match the NPCs in the VIP area. He also skillfully stole one of their VIP identification cards, which were key to some places. He found out about it when he was grinding his way to Tier 2. And the police officers apparently could check on them to find out thieves. His appearance right now could be described as a classy middle-aged man wearing a black suit. He held a glass of wine in his right hand, twirling it with mechanical precision while looking at the dance floor right below. His left hand rested behind his left hand. It was a perfect NPC behavior. They will appear soon. Just as Max thought that, 5 flashes appeared inside the building, scattered between the first to third floor. The players who played as police officers had been deployed. That meant the target would appear soon. Diamond wine. It will be brought to the third floor by a certain man dressed in butler clothes. That man will pass the second floor briefly, and that's the chance for thieves to steal it without going into the VIP area. Max recounted the knowledge he gained from playing this game many times. Before getting mad after being unable to advance easily, he decided to read all the guides, tips, and tricks to win easier. Alas, that was useless with bad teammates and forced him to buy police equipment to boost him to Tier 2. Snatching the diamond wine on the second floor before it was delivered was the most effective strategy for thieves. Every player in this match surely knew about that too. His teammates would surely try to snatch it too. That was why, before that, he had to move again. It's time. The NPCs were still panicking on the third floor. They were looking and moving around like ants that lost the pheromone ahead of them. No one made a logical movement, which made it harder for a thief to blend in. However, as the police were gone, there was no need to blend in at all. Max moved swiftly toward the small lift and opened its door by entering a password he remembered from the guide. 17,701,369. Because he inputted it correctly, he managed to open it without triggering any alarm. Inside, a golden bottle sat on a bucket filled with ice. The bottle's cap was made from a large diamond, and this was the target for today. I'll gladly take it. Having teammates who didn't want to work together meant he didn't need to feel bad about losing. He didn't care anymore about this match, even though it was his first tournament match. What he cared about was filling his role and getting MMR as high as possible. As soon as he snatched the bottle from the small lift, a similar alarm rang on the third floor. The whole lighting turned red and beeped loudly. His transformation was undone, and he had to make a run for it. Without wasting a second, he activated his mask ability. Speed mask. Max's speed doubled, and he ran across the room to reach the door on the other side. Entering the other room, he found a ladder leading to the roof, with an unlocked hatch. This was the rooftop escape the monkey mask talked about before the game began. With a skillful movement, Max moved up and finally arrived at the roof. The commotion below seemed to subside, but there was no sign of the police officers yet. Looking around, he noticed that the thieves had spread to the map while getting chased. Damn it. That was no good. One of them got too close to the north escape, rendering it practically useless. That meant only the south escape was good to use. And even then, there is also a police officer over there. A police officer stood next to 2 tied-up thieves with stocking masks while one was patrolling around the south area. They were unable to escape from the chase. Max doubted that even if he saved them all, they would begin to work together. What could happen might even be worse than them getting caught. One of his teammates could be consumed with their own greed and steal the diamond wine from his hand. That was why saving them was a stupid move. I guess it's all left to me. Holding the glass bottle tightly in his left hand, Max began to run toward the south. He didn't care whether it was a tall roof or something because he still could use his shoes ability. A perfectly broken one that not many people cared about because of how simple it was. The police players noticed his shadow. They pointed their energy gun toward him and began shooting. Compared to the gun in Roach Planet, the bullets traveled pretty slow, like a snail. Not today. Exclaiming loudly, Max dodged all the bullets and arrived at the edge of the roof. As soon as he stepped, he activated his shoes ability. Jump shoes. His shoes glowed brightly, and he leapt into the air like a bird. He looked as if he was flying. Energy bullets passed by him, decorating the night like a shooting star, although he was the target of those missing stars. Stop right there. Let me apprehend you to get high points. Don't run away, you points. The police, whether they were from close or afar, began shouting. Max ignored them and landed perfectly on one of the building's roofs near the Midnight Club before making a dash for it. His mask's ability had been reset. Speed mask. Traveling on the roof at double the speed, Max reached the hovercar that was used to escape in just a few seconds. No police could catch him. They were playing too disorderly to be able to even guard the escape point. Once entering the hovercar, Max pressed the escape button. Who cared about teammates who didn't work together? At least not him. Bye-bye, idiots. He gave the police, who appeared from the corner, a middle finger as the hovercar took off in the distance with a cheerful notification. Escape successful. As the car moved away, the game system announced his success. Target secured. The novel Fire P of this match, Breeze. MVP bonus, plus 10% of the total end result. Heist result, Diamond Wine. Value, 850 dinar. 2 thieves were detained. Penalty, minus 400 dinar for Godo 23, Mamo 2P, Sukmalip, and Glossycat. 935 dinar has been received. Please play seriously. I hope for your cooperation. Let's have nice teamwork. I beg you, don't throw. Let's do our best. The other spoke at the same time, and time seemed to freeze. They looked at each other with a gaze that said, you too. Not a surprise, but Max wasn't the only one who got bad teammates in the first game. He was fortunate that he was skilled enough to carry the game, and the enemies also had the same problem as his team. In this second game, his teammates apparently were the victims of the teammates who played around. They reached an understanding without saying anything. I am confident in my speed and have many traps. Allow me to guard the main beach house. Max started the conversation and chose the role that suited him the most. I can catch the thieves even if they run away with the target item. I also have a lot of traps, but I am pretty slow due to my body. A guy with a big build, Builder 6, spoke next. I will guard the helicopter escape route. I am confident in my aim. Then I will guard the party venue. The first girl with short dark hair, Mimapopo, raised her hand. I have no traps, but I bring equipment that allows me to move from floor to floor easily. I also bring 2 tranquilizer guns that can neutralize the thieves without hurting the NPC in a thieving phase. I will also guard the main house. The last guy with blue hair, Ronga, continued, I don't bring many traps, but I am confident in my ability to discover disguised thieves. I guess that left me guarding the hovercar. The last girl with green hair, Leafy, sighed, I am not that confident, so please back me up immediately if the thieves steal the target. Got it. Max smiled at her and nodded. I guess we have decided on our role. Good luck, and have fun. I am glad I got good teammates. He sighed in relief as he looked at them. The roles distribution was finished. All they had to do next was to catch thieves. With this team, Max had the confidence to win easily. Undoubtedly, the enemies would be filled with egoist people who wanted glory for themselves. As long as they didn't work together, it was impossible to win this game against his current teammates, who distributed the role in balance. When the countdown reached 0, Max and his teammates were teleported randomly to the beach house. They immediately moved toward their post without hesitation. And in just a few seconds after they teleported, I found 3 thieves on the first floor. Please help. Ronga reported that he spotted thieves. Grinning, Max replied through the communication device. Got it, I am on my way. Mimapopo, please stay guarding the second floor. I will be enough as a backup. Roger that. My tranquilizer is ready in case they are running away. As Max arrived on the second floor, nearing the stairs to the first, Ronga's voice rang again. This is bad. One of them seemed to notice my communication and went to the second floor. That thief disguised as a lady in a red dress with a rose hairband. I am confident that's a thief from how she moved. That meant the thief came up from the stairs. Being close to it, Max decided to hide behind a pillar and looked around. He immediately spotted the target. The thief didn't seem to see him hiding and changed the disguise to an old man in a neat suit. The thief is here. He's now a balding old man in a black suit with a handkerchief in his chest pocket. Mimapopo, I will leave him to you. Roger that. I have a vision of him now. Tell me when to catch him. After getting a confirmation from his teammate, Max walked out of his hiding place and passed by the thief. A smirk appeared on the disguised thief's face, but Max ignored him, knowing his smirk wouldn't stay long. Arriving on the first floor, he walked into an inconspicuous place and contacted Ranga, who was standing near the large entrance. I am here. Where are the thieves? One of them is a lady in blue with a large bosom. I am close to her, so I will tackle and handcuff her. The other is wandering in the center of a room, disguised as a waiter. He walked around, waiting for a chance for the target to appear. It may be a painting or a piece of jewelry one of the guests wears. I also think that's the case. Two of the thieves are on the outside venue. I think they are looking around for a guest. Leafy, who is on the watch from the East Escape Way, reported. If that's the case, they probably will escape from the helicopter. I will get myself ready and set my trap, Builder 6 added. The target was unknown to the police. Identifying it was a part of the skill that those Tier 2 players already had. Fortunately, the thieves didn't really work together and were greedy. Thanks to that, it was easier to identify the target. All right then, I have an eye on the waiter. When I say go, we will act at the same time. Got it. Roger. Both Ranga and Mimapopo answered. Once again, Max was grateful to have a good teammate like them, whom he could trust, unlike the first game. Walking silently without creating any noise, Max approached the waiter, who held a tray filled with empty glasses. He passed by the NPCs without touching them. The thief was still unaware of his presence and tried his best to stay out of sight. Unfortunately, things weren't as smooth as he had planned. When he reached 5 meters behind the waiter, the thief disguised as a lady with a big bosom noticed him and said something through their communication device. It's bad. One of them noticed you. Ranga warned with an urgent tone as he sprung into action. At that moment, the waiter stopped absurdly and turned around, looking straight at Max. Without letting the thief make any move, he immediately leapt toward him and gave a sign. Go. Caught off guard, the lady and the waiter couldn't move. Max pushed the waiter down and handcuffed him. As soon as he did that, the disguised thief returned to his real appearance, a clown-masked man wearing a black skin-tight bodysuit. This trap's effect was simple. It would paralyze the thief passing through the sonar for 3 seconds and give a notification to Max through a communication device. It might not be much, but that was enough for him to return and apprehend the thief. After making sure it worked, he walked toward the women's area without hesitation while singing something in a creepy voice. Ding dong, I know you can hear me. Open up the door. I only wanna play a little. 3 stalls were waiting for him in the women's area. All the doors were closed, and within one of them was the thief's hiding place. Just by looking at the area, Max could guess the thief's plan. Still, that didn't matter. Max knew where the thief was hiding. The white fabric that stuck out from under was as clear as a day. He's in the middle, huh? Walking closer, he grinned. It's already too late for you to try and run away. Just wait, you can't hide from me. He stopped in front of the stall and then, knock, knock, I am at your door now. He said, I am coming in. He kicked it open. Inside, a girl wearing a summer dress was crouching on top of a toilet, looking scared. Max's grin only widened at the sight. He raised the handcuff he held in his hand and spoke in a high-pitched, creepy voice. Aha, I found you. Hey, forgive me. Forgive me. Click. Ignoring her plea, Max cuffed her hands. Now, you're it. Her appearance changed to a monkey-masked girl in an exaggeratedly colorful suit. Cheerful notifications rang, and the game ended before the thief could even steal the target. Blue light engulfed him, and he was teleported away to the police waiting place with his teammates. All of them smiled brightly, happy to win the round. Max was also happy. He skimmed through the notification and only read the tournament points he gained. Tier 2 tournament points plus 132. Congratulations. Yeah, that was much more than his first game. It's doing good, he mused in his mind. I only need to keep it up. The day continued with Max playing the third to fifth game of the day. While he concentrated, his viewers were pretty much commenting on the chat. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction with the first game's teammates. The first game was ridiculous. The MMR in this game is also strange. Those teammates deserve to be reported. How greedy are they? How greedy. This is why Midnight Heist's event planner should do better. Why did they make everyone able to participate? Breeze's reactions are understandable. They are selfish, greedy B4 Stone 4 RDS. I would punch them if I were him. True. Breeze's patience is worth applause and praise. How could he handle those FCKERS without getting mad? I will remember their names and note them in my hit list. If I play with them, I will report their dirty 4SS one by one. Everyone hated Max's teammates. They kept expressing their thoughts until Max did something unbelievable, at least in Tier 2 gameplay. He stole the target by using those teammates as bait. Then, with skillful movement by using his mask and shoes abilities, he managed to escape alone. He also had time to taunt the police by raising his middle finger. Holy. Lol, screw them. Breeze. My teammates are stupid. Well, let them be bait. At least I am smart and a pro. The way he dodged those bullets was beautiful lol. Was his training in Roach Planet paid off? Not today, MF. What a satisfying line. Freaking noob has donated 500 diamonds. He has gone so far. I am proud of him sniff. Lol, look at those losers' expressions. They couldn't believe what happened. 1 vs 5 KEKW. 85 tournament points for all of that. I don't know how high that is, but I shall research. Following a satisfying win, the viewers began to find out more about the tournament points, which was still a mystery for all of them. The forum was also still filled with questions regarding the points. There was not enough information on whether 85 was high or low. Not many people shared their points either. Right now, in a research thread of the Tier 2 tournament, only 4 points were written. All of them were from streamers with many viewers. Breeze, +85, MVP, Thief Escape. VSHU, +78, SVP, Thief Caught. Mo3s, +25, Win, Police. Dick Hart, +92, Win, Police. From the data, MVP didn't affect MMR at all. And the points distribution was strange. Midnight Heist's fans and players scratched their heads in confusion before settling into an agreement. They needed more data. And thus, most streamers' second game started at that time. Or rather, 5 minutes ago since there was a delay. This was a good chance to compare the data. The focus would be on the 4 streamers whose data had been shared. When Max spoke at the same time as his teammates, the viewers burst into laughter. Oh. His teammates seemed to experience the same thing as him. True. Poor them. Lol, this tournament is FCKed. I hope the management sees this and question their decision. Everyone was confused. Unlike the first 3 games, Max unexpectedly didn't try to win. He got a thief role, and 3 of his teammates were greedy people who wanted to steal the target without working together to get a high MMR. Surprisingly, he didn't say bad words to them and only communicated normally while finding a good escape route. The map was an underground cave. It was an easy map for a thief because there were many hiding spots. Communication was important in this map, and Max took that role while hiding in plain sight. When police were getting close to his teammates, he would warn them and create a distraction by throwing a rock. It happened many times until one thief managed to steal the target. Naturally, that person was chased. The 2 thieves wanted to get the target for themselves and actually got caught. Only 3 thieves were left, including him. Seeing the teammate who held the target almost get caught, Max used his mask ability and got himself between the thief and the police, spreading his arms. Many bullets hit his body, paralyzing him. He had become a meat shield for his team. Run! He shouted loudly to his teammate, and the person nodded while laughing. Ha ha ha, why are you so stupid? He said as he jumped onto the boat, where the other teammate had been waiting. They successfully escaped, and 3 thieves, including Max, became victims. That B4 starred. Breeze saved him, but he called him stupid. Nipless, I will remember him. That laugh was irritating. Why did you protect such a guy, Breeze? You could have stolen the target and escaped by yourself. Frustrated, the viewers began to question Max's actions. Strangely, their favorite streamer was grinning all the time, making them more confused. He. A strange laugh escaped Max's mouth as the notifications came. He moved the camera and let the viewers see the points he gained better. +169. Instantly, the chat was filled with. No one understood what happened. What the heck? 169. Didn't he get caught? How could he get 169 points? Breeze is hacking. He cracked the code. My math isn't mathing. MVP gave 85 and getting caught gave him 169 points. How the heck is this fair? Midnight Heist, explain. Breeze, explain or I will slap her on night 10 times. As if knowing their reactions beforehand, Max raised his head and faced the camera. I know you must be confused, but I can't explain it myself. If my 5th game gives me the same or similar points, I will explain what I found. See you. With those words, he started the 5th game. This time, his role was police. The game ended with his team losing. The thieves were able to escape. However, +182. He gained the highest points from all the games he played today, totaling 665 combined points in the end. Now, he could only hope that points would allow him to advance to the next qualifier. After clearing his 5th game, Max immediately left the Midnight Heist's lobby and entered his own, sitting on the chair under the large tree while enjoying the soft breeze. He had deactivated the 5-minute delay but still had to wait until the viewers caught up with the real time before he could talk to them. Reading the chat and watching his 5th game in the meantime was fun. They were pretty confused about the discovery he didn't share regarding the tournament points. Figures. Unless they analyze my gameplay, they won't realize how these points were distributed. After a while, the chat caught up with the real-time streaming. They immediately typed everything they wanted to ask. Breeze, explain it to us. You better tell us or we will pout. Dang, that's gross. I can't imagine a man pouting because he wasn't told how to earn points. Don't say that, dude. You just make me imagine it. Screw you. Hee, I just imagine Breeze pouting. That works. And now I can't help but giggle because he's so adorable. I am a girl BTW. Great, I almost imagined an old man giggling while he imagined pouting Breeze. The gross level just upped by 1. They were as rowdy as usual and kept demanding him to spill the secret. It wasn't fair that only he got to know it. Somehow, this rowdiness was something that he missed after not chatting with them for a while because of his practice and earlier tournament. So, he decided to entertain them a little by having a little chat. Now, where is the fun in that? I discovered this method by using my 3 chances, so I won't explain it until tomorrow. Even I want to advance to Day 2 qualifier, you know. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in defeat. Naturally, he had no intention to expose his trick. It was an honest one that he found out after sacrificing his sanity in 2 out of 3 games. His patience was put to the test by his teammates. But, let me say this. The way to earn more points is more stupid than you thought or could have ever imagined. In the last 5 games, I felt like the last 2 games where I discovered the way to earn more points to be torturing. Yes, that's the correct word. Torturing. Even the 50 grand reward didn't seem to be worth it now. It was just so stupid. The rules and everything. I hope the management changes the rules for the Day 2 qualifier. If it stays like this, then I would just play around without playing seriously. He said seriously, I meant, look at my games. When I played around in the last 2 games, I got similar points combined than in the first 3 games. Isn't that strange? He has a point. Yeah, the management either needs to change the rule or clarify the method to acquire points. What we need is clarity and fairness. Hey, guys, did you see this? Many players are attacking Midnight Heist Strike's account right now. They are talking the same things as us. Breeze, you need to open strike right now. Many people tagged you after you finished your 5th game. They are protesting in Midnight Heist Strike's account. Really? Reading the chat, Max raised his voice in surprise. That was fast. Around 4 hours had passed since the tournament started, seeing that it was now 1:46 p.m. To think that many people had protested already. It showed how bad the management and rules of this event were. Let me check it. It went out of control. There was no further reply from Midnight Heist's side. For one, Max was happy many people stood up for him. On the other side, he felt a headache coming. Was it a mistake streaming his tournament? No, that wasn't a mistake. It was those people's fault for bringing his name up without his permission. Furthermore, unlike at Breeze, I will share my method to get 70 to 100 points. It's less than his method, but it will help a lot. Attached link here is my video of at Breeze points method breakdown. Unlike him, I shall tell you anything. As a kind streamer, I will teach you how to get more points. Visit my profile. I am not as stingy as at Breeze. Many streamers and Punktuber used his name to gain more views. Using others' names to gain more views was fair and all, as Max also used Flexi and Stone Sword in the past. But the way they used his name only gave him a bad image to those who had never heard of him. They called him stingy, selfish, and noob. Well, guys, I think I will end the stream right now. The protest is getting out of Midnight Heist's management control. He looked at the camera and closed the hologram screen. The fact that even comments with curses weren't deleted just showed how the management handled things. They either were swamped with work, didn't care about the result, or were scolded by their superiors. Anyway, the Day 2 qualifier would definitely have a change in rule. Because if there wasn't any change, Midnight Heist could receive backlash from the players, which could lead to them leaving the games altogether. No one liked a game with bad management. Also, after he read those comments, he changed his mind. I will make a short video explaining what I know and upload it tonight. The rest is up to your own research, okay? What I did in the 4th and 5th matches was only a gamble, please remember that. This method doesn't guarantee getting a ton of points. If they wanted to slander him by calling him stingy and selfish, he just needed to prove that he wasn't the individual the rumors tried to make him. And just as he said earlier, this method didn't guarantee them getting a ton of points. It still depended on the players' skills and how they played the game. I don't want to share it, but I have no choice. I would rather risk it than receive a backlash from those haters and keep my reputation than a short-term benefit from this tournament. Still, I hope I can still advance to Day 2 qualifier. He thought. At least I hope this video will bring new people to my channel. Really. Long live Breeze. You're the best. But are you sure about sharing it? You have sacrificed 3 games to find that method. Don't listen to those haters. Feel free to share your method tomorrow or after the tournament. We just enjoy your playstyle. Yes, don't listen to them. Just be the usual Breeze. At least make it a paid video. You can get money from it, $. Nah, I will just upload it like usual. He responded. Anyway, see you tomorrow. I hope I am still in the top 50 and advance to the Day 2 qualifier, ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, Max ended the stream for the day. Livestream ended. After logging out from the VR world, Max didn't step out of the capsule immediately. He watched it open for him and stayed seated inside. His sweat fell down his forehead and nape. He needed a few seconds to regain his composure. Phew. Letting out a tired sigh, he wiped the sweat around his eyes before stepping out. His foot was wobbly, a sign that he pushed himself a little bit too close to exhaustion. Even though he rested in his lobby for a few minutes, that wasn't enough to regain his energy. Water, water, he muttered as he went to the kitchen and took a glass, drinking the water from the tap. The feeling of liquid sliding down his throat felt refreshing, even though it was lukewarm. His body was still too hot to drink cold water from the fridge. Then, he took out a soft bread and ate it without any jam or anything. He was hungry enough to make the bland, soft bread taste heavenly. Sleepiness crept up after he filled his stomach. His eyelids felt heavy. However, there was no time to rest yet. Many things needed to be finished today, starting from the easiest one. I need to check my quest first. Has No Feet aired their ad yet, I wonder? Less than quest. Handsome actor. Are you famous? The answer is yes. A streamer is not just a streamer in this age. You are a star. A star is bound to attract attention, unwanted and wanted one. You are shining brightly and different from normal people. This is your chance. Use this to spread your name to normal people. Get fans to spread your new ad to everyone in the world. Be celebrity. Get recognized by 1,000 people outside of your streaming circle and get 100,000 likes for your ad video on PunkTube. Progress 1. 176 1,000ths. Progress 216, 217 100,000ths. Reward. 1XA grade nutritional supplement plus secret reward. Deadline. 1/30th days counting after the ad is released. Failure to complete this mission will result in the deletion of your lobby's items. You are a failure and don't need parkour equipment if you can't even get 100,000 likes. Greater than. The number 0 from before had changed into 1. And the progress had increased pretty fast, considering it was only a few hours since he last checked it when it was still 0. Whoa. They already got more than 10k likes. That's really amazing. Looking at the people who recognized him and the number of likes, the ad seemed to be well received. Curious, he opened PunkTube and typed, "No Feet ads on search." Many ads showed up, but Max used the filter to sort them from the newest to oldest. Then, the one he searched appeared on the top. This video was uploaded 3 hours ago and had a catchy title. New sports shoes. As light as a feather, as soft as a cloud. Feel the breeze with your passion. Reading the title, he couldn't help but chuckle. Feel the breeze. It seemed like the company got inspired by his name. Then, he began to run. Different perspectives, different movements. It was way faster, agile, and skillful. Only hands and legs were visible, grabbing the pipe and climbing it up. The shaky camera gave the viewers a little bit of discomfort, but that was what it was like doing parkour in real time. After crouching for a second on the pipe, the camera moved, showing a man in red clothes coming closer. Hey! Scoffing, Max began to move. He jumped to the highest point of the obstacle and taunted the man. This was the reason why he looked back many times while filming this. While he had no other actors, he believed Bloodsucker could put CGI into the video, making it come alive. The game of tag started. However, no matter how hard the red-clothed man tried, he couldn't even get close to Max. Once again, the shoes appeared in the frame. It gave out a status-like game panel, showing speed and protection at maximum. When he saw that, Max couldn't help but burst into laughter. That bastard has done it, ha ha ha. This is what I mean by giving it a story. Showing off is fine, but the viewers will need concrete details. I should give him extra pay if this video blows up more than No Feet ads. The video ended with him standing on top of the obstacles, spreading his arms like a god. This part was taken from the third POV, using the footage given by director Hugo. And the video ended after that, with words appearing under No Feet's logo. Starring Breeze. Editor, Viscount Bloodsucker. Sponsored by No Feet. Once again, Max burst into laughter. The sleepiness from earlier was gone, and the frustration from getting involved in something troublesome was replaced with pure joy. PFF'd. Viscount Bloodsucker. What a grandiose name. It fits his personality well, so Max only found it funny. Yeah, this video is far better than the ad. I will upload it right now. Without hesitation, he uploaded the video and gave it a short title. I am Movement God. Hashtag No Feet ad. No need for further explanation. The description was copied from No Feet's ad, deleting unnecessary details like links and stuff. After it was ready, he made the video public and made a post on his Strike account with this video link. Many people still visited and pinged him. Those Midnight Heists players were still waiting for his explanation video and stalked his account. Hey, they can wait for a little more. Be useful for me, and like this video first. He commented as he wrote the caption. This is my take for the No Feet ad. I have starred in their ads and created a video myself, because why not? I am allowed to. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. I really appreciate your support. P.S. Explanation video will be uploaded in my strike soon. In the meantime, do watch this video first. He had finished his quest's preparation. Now, he just had to make a short video explaining the point acquisition before he could rest for the day. Let's finish it fast. A post with a short video with a 3-minute duration was posted a few minutes after the last post in Breeze's strike account. Many people had been waiting for it and started to play the video. The screen buzzed for a second before revealing Max sitting on a couch with 5 screens hovering around him. These screens had each gameplay from the tournament, starting from the 1st to the 5th game. I will cut it short. Max didn't start with an introduction, greetings, or any other pleasantries, clearly showing that he was clearly bothered and didn't want to create this short video. The key to achieving higher points is teamwork. You need to help your team instead of achieving victory yourself. Saying so, he started playing the first 2 games and pointed at them with his finger. In the first game, I won by relying on myself. My second game is a bit special, and we actually worked together. Thus, I got 132 points instead of low points. He explained, playing the 4th and 5th games next. After the 3rd game, where I only worked with 2 of my teammates, I realized it. I gained 85 points in the first game and then 132 points in the second game. The 3rd game should get me more than 100 points too, so why did I only get 97 points in the 3rd game as a police? Comparing the 3 games, I made a gamble. That was to help my teammates. It paid off. As a result, my 4th and 5th games get me 169 and 182 points each. He finished his explanation by closing all the screens. Hunching forward slightly, he rested his head on his hand. To be honest, I don't need to share what I find, but people have been tagging me many times. Listen, I found this fair and square, and this is a gamble. Don't blame me if you don't get higher points. It needed skills to get higher points. How you use this information is up to you. Good luck and have fun. With that, the video ended. Many people flocked near the post. In just 50 minutes of its appearance, the post had been shared more than 10,000 times and had more than 11,000 comments. To those still blaming Breeze, F you. Leave this tired man alone. He has shared his hard work, so don't complain anymore. People call him selfish, but they are the selfish ones for trying to make him share his personal finding. It's like asking a player to share their secret saving lol. I will compare it to Horizon Online. It's as if people demand those ranked to share the world or unique quest. It has those feelings. At least donate to Breeze in his next stream, Mother FCKERS. He's doing his best already. I am sad knowing this. You're right. You actually don't need to share it. But I also understand why you share this to avoid controversy. Keep strong. Teamwork. What a bullsh 1T. You're bullsh1T. Your family is bull sh1T. Nah, his family is dungshish. T, not even a bull. Just a few seconds after he sent a reply, a call arrived. Looking at the hovering screen, it was from Lily. Max stayed still for a second before sighing. He sighed a lot today. But, the sigh this time was a relieved one. He accepted the call, despite how sleepy he was. A screen popped out, showing Lily in her black bunny one sigh lying on her bed. Similarly, she must have looked at his tired figure on the bed. Yo. He greeted her first with a low voice. I told you that I am sleepy, right? I might fall asleep, you know. He chuckled lowly, observing Lily's reaction. She hugged a large bunny plushie and shook her head. It's fine. I won't be mad if you fall asleep. She said, just let out all your frustration. At times like this, it's nice to have company. I know that. A small smile blossomed on her face. I will accompany you until you fall asleep. She continued. Max couldn't help but smile. He indeed needed a company to let out what he thought. Someone he could trust not to spread it to others. I will take your offer then. It might be a long rant. He said, raising his body and looking straight at her. Go ahead. Lily nodded and moved the plushie's arm. Momo here will listen together with me. Momo, huh. HNN, she's my first plushie. I always hug her to sleep. She confirmed, because I am hugging her now, I might fall asleep faster than you. Unexpectedly, Lily had such a childish side. Max felt like he knew her a little bit better. Well, I will be the one who sleeps first, he said, not willing to lose. Still, thanks. You know, this is a little bit too much. I did nothing wrong but pulled into this troublesome stuff. I worked my brain and found a method to earn more points. But those people don't appreciate it, calling me a liar. That must be hard. It is. And also, Max kept all that he kept inside out, telling Lily how he felt about the tournament today. All his feelings were laid bare, he didn't hide anything from her. And Lily kept listening and consoling him. In the middle of the talk, after around an hour had passed, Max's words drifted away. His voice became softer. He lay on his back, eyelids heavy. Slowly, he breathed softly and fell asleep. The call was still connected. Max, are you still there? Lily's voice rang from the speaker connected to the smartwatch. She looked at his peaceful expression with a smile, and a giggle escaped her lips. She thought he had a cute sleeping face. Good night, she whispered, snuggling against the bunny plushie. Momo. Have a nice dream. She, too, closed her eyes and fell asleep. A distance separated them, but the video call allowed them to be close together virtually. Good morning. You've woken up. In the morning, Max didn't expect someone to greet him. He immediately opened his eyes and saw the floating screen in front of him. On it, Lily's face was reflected crystal clear. She seemed to be in a living room, snacking on a chip while still in her bunny onesie. At that moment, Max realized that he had fallen asleep while talking to her. He was embarrassed. Trying his best not to fall asleep seemed to have failed. Raising his body, he faced her at eye level. Sorry. Did I fall asleep mid-call? Lily nodded and waved her hand. Now that you've woken up, I can end the call. Good luck in your second-day tournament, Max. Bye. Bye. Video call ended. The screen disappeared with that notification. Good luck on my second day, huh? He mused as he stretched his arms. A smile crept onto his face. Well, I have to do my best then. The fact she said that meant the announcement had been posted, huh? What a way to spoil my surprise. He chuckled. On Midnight Heist Strike account, a new post was pinned. It was uploaded around 6 hours ago, right at 0000 midnight. At that time, Max was still sleeping. Lily probably also saw this post before he woke up, so she wished him good luck. Let's see. He hummed and read the new post. It came with an image listing 50 names that advanced to the second-day qualifier. And with the announcement came Midnight Heist Management's reply to the protest on the first day. Max focused on that article first before reading the top 50 Tier 2 players. The article unexpectedly started without any apology that players expected. Our system is flawless. Points earned are calculated based on MMR with the calculation of MMR 10. The criteria to earn MMR are based on 4. Individual skill, ability usage, stealing target number of captures, and teamwork. Based on the analysis data we gained from the Day 1 tournament, many players ignored teamwork and only focused on stealing targets or capturing thieves, leading players to earn low MMR and thus earn low points. Having trolls as teammates will boost a serious player's points based on individual skill, thus not affecting the ranking. Finding Puppeteer's PunkTube was easy. The man boasted more than 90 million subscribers, and each of his videos had more than 5 million views. Even the latest one, which was his gameplay in Day 1 qualifier, had 8 million views now. Curious, Max looked at Puppeteer Punch's account. The last VOD had more than 500k views, which meant he had the average of more than 100k viewers in his livestream. For comparison, Max only had around 50k views in his last VOD and around 14k viewers yesterday. Whoa! An amazed voice escaped Max's lips. This guy is living my dream. Rather than watching an edited video, Max chose to watch the VOD instead. Calling Puppeteer a great streamer, cream of the top, wasn't wrong. His skill and the way he talked to his viewers were so engaging. He fast-forwarded it to the first game, watching it intently. As soon as the game started, Puppeteer revealed his name and gained recognition from his thieves' teammates. The streamer took charge of giving the role to those who fit based on their equipment. Following that, they went to their spots, donning the disguises they were instructed to choose. No one was in the escape route, and all entered the bank, which was the chosen match for his first game. Max watched the game unfold silently. Puppeteer gave out commands from a vantage point, controlling his teammates like puppets, just like his name. All his orders were meticulous and actually allowed his teammates to escape the police's radar. They stole the target from the secure room easily and escaped by moving the target to different thieves by meeting at certain places. It was a good strategy. In the end, Puppeteer got +121 points from the first game. His viewers donated many diamonds after seeing him streaming Midnight Heist after so long. The game continued to the second one. He became a thief again and followed a similar strategy. His teammates already knew his name and skill, thus they followed his strategy without whining. Of course, one or two messed up, but he still won the game in the end. Puppeteer's third game to the fifth game unfolded in a similar manner, no matter which side he got, thieves or police officers. After watching them all, Max realized something. I can't do something like that. Puppeteer didn't rely on his game mechanics and actually strategized. There was nothing to watch from the tournaments. And based on the video he just watched, Puppeteer was like a mastermind who controlled everything. However, Max felt lucky having to see this before his match. Had he been oblivious about this, he wouldn't have had a chance to win against Puppeteer if they met as enemies. I can think of a few things to win against him. But all of it also depends on my teammates. Once again, he needed the blessing from the goddess of RNG. Because if she gave him a curse instead, he might as well say goodbye to the tournament in his first match. Looking at the corner of the screen, Max noticed it was now 9:07 a.m. He rose from his seat and headed for his VR capsule. It was time to prepare for the second qualifier. Max entered the Midnight Heist lobby and immediately went into a secluded place, leaning his back against a gray background so no one knew where he was. He should have done this yesterday instead of running around evading the other streamers. Looking at the time, he realized there were still a few minutes left until he needed to gather to hear the tournament's new rules. Opening the invitation in the stream would definitely be ill-advised, so he did it right now before starting. Opening the game menu, Max found a red notification was nestling atop a mail icon. He opened it and saw many grayed-out emails from either his viewers, people he met in the Midnight Heist, or anyone else. He deactivated the notification for them, as they bothered him a lot. Holding the urge to groan, he noticed one white mail. It was from the management, with the word, "Congratulations," written before everything else. Clicking it open, the invitation was pretty simple. Congratulations for advancing to Day 2 qualifier, Player Breeze. We extend our sincerest apologies for all the trouble Day 1 qualifier has caused you. Thus, we compensate you with 5,000 dinar. Day 2 qualifier will be started at 10:10 a.m. as opposed to our announcement to avoid any late participants. Please enter the special lobby through the code 9271XXXXXXX to listen to the new rules and points acquisition. Sincerely, Midnight Heist Team. Blinking his eyes, Max read the invitation again. Once he did so, he was sure that the letter said he was compensated 5,000 dinar for the trouble they had caused. Bullshit. Make it $5,000 instead. I don't need in-game money, damn it. I will complain to Mr. Taka. He screamed in his mind but eventually calmed down after noticing how childish that was. Taking a deep breath, Max calmly entered the secret code into the list of lobby he could enter, which already had his personal lobby, Flexies, V-Shelter, Knighted Lobby, Mercenary Quest, and Midnight Heist. After he entered the code, another lobby appeared on the list. Its name was Midnight Tournament Special, and it seemed like a private lobby that would be gone after midnight today. The management team is obsessed with midnight. Max commented silently, they posted their article and sent the invitation at midnight. Don't tell me they only wake up, eat, and shit at midnight too. That would be pretty funny. Yes, Ranga nodded, and I just realized, but you're the real Breeze, huh? Ha ha ha, I saw the video that went viral on Strike. That helped me to advance, so thank you. He said, laughing dryly. I am glad if that's the case, Max responded with a bitter smile. The video he made with a resentful feeling actually helped his former teammate, which made him realize the secret. That was worth it, maybe. May I sit here? Ranga asked with uncertainty. I can find another seat if you want to be alone. What makes you say that? Max asked curiously. Well, you look like you want to be alone. The blue-haired man answered, am I wrong? Did he exude an aura that said he wanted to be alone? Was he really that miserable? No, that shouldn't be the case. It must be because I am still dissatisfied with the Midnight Heist's compensation reward. He told himself. It must be your imagination. He said to Ranga with a laugh, feel free to sit on the empty seat. I don't mind a company. Though I am streaming right now, so if you're uncomfortable with your voice getting caught. I don't mind appearing in the stream, Ranga responded and sat on the empty sofa beside Max. They talked about yesterday's game for a while. What Max was interested in was about Ranga's first game. The blue-haired man ranted about it for a few minutes, saying it was the worst game he had experienced in Midnight Heist. After laughing at his acquaintance's miserable story, Max was about to share his too. However, the light suddenly went out at that time, and a spotlight was focused on the elevated platform in the middle of the party floor. Their attention shifted to the spotlight. A man in an exaggerated mask with many feathers appeared with a poof of purple smoke. As he spread his arms, fireworks burst behind him, and his cheery voice rang. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and congratulations on advancing to the Day 2 qualifier. Allow me, Moonfeather, to read the new rules for today's tournament. The man who called himself Moonfeather bowed gracefully. Following that, applause rang loudly. Max noticed that almost all players recognized this Moonfeather person, save for himself. He wanted to ask who this person was, but he had no chance. Moonfeather continued his words. We received all the players' criticism and suggestions yesterday and took it to heart. While we believed our system was perfect, we believed hearing suggestions would be good for us. That's why we slightly changed the rule regarding points acquisition. No one took that seriously. It was obvious they only said that to cover up their mistake. What they were curious about was the new rules. Because the tournament will begin soon, I shall explain the new rules. Saying so, Moonfeather flicked his hand. Large screens appeared in 4 directions, allowing all players to see it. On the screen was a short gameplay video. It had the number 1, and Moonfeather spoke again. I will explain how to earn points. First of all, individual skills. Please look at the video. Players watched the video intently. It showed a thief player evading the police's watch by pretending to be an NPC. Then, the screen changed, showing a police player identifying a disguised thief and focusing on the target for a few seconds. As you can see, the first point acquisition is still based on an individual skill. How to obtain them? The answer is just to do the correct task according to your role. For example, a thief can fool the police, and the police can identify the thief. This is the case for the old rule. It was easy to understand, and no one voiced anything. Players got a point when they did something that was actually in line with their role. Even identifying a thief added points. That was why some players got more points than others. My guess is on point. Doing something thief-like and police-like will give me points. Helping teammates will also get me points, as that will count as an assist. Max nodded in understanding. At that moment, Moonfeather snapped his finger, and the screen turned black. I believe everyone has no complaints regarding this rule, but it's still vague. We deliberately made it so to avoid someone abusing it to only earn points and not actually doing their best to win the match. But still, that didn't work. Realizing that, we changed it into a new rule. The screen above suddenly exploded, or so it looked like. In fact, it was only an explosion effect and sounds. Winner privilege. These words were written boldly on the screen. Let's take everyone's suggestions into account. We will do an elimination game. The man declared, surprising everyone. We will split it into Team A and Team B, with 20 players in each group. Then, 20 players will be put in a different team randomly. They will compete with each other in 2 games. The winner will continue, and the loser will be disqualified instantly. After only 5 players are left on each side, totaling 10 players, we will continue with the last, third game to determine the 5 last players to advance to the final. That's the rule for Tier 2 tournaments. Instead of a rule, it was a change in the gameplay itself. However, this was way better than the previous rules, which confused everyone with the points acquisition method. And unlike Tier 1's points system, the elimination method was also easier. Simple and straightforward. Max grinned as he looked around the room. But not anyone liked it. Everyone seemed to consider the pros and cons of this method. The important bit here was the team would be divided randomly. So we need to make do with our teammates, Ranga commented from the side with a serious look. I hope I will be put on your team, Breeze. Ha ha ha, at least I know you're a player with skill and good game sense. As for the others, I only recognize Puppeteer. It's hard to judge their skill from their looks alone. I will be damned if I am put in a team with 5 people who have the same role as me. Yeah, Max had to agree with that. This is more fucked up than anything else. He groaned. In the end, everything was left to the goddess of RNG again. Now, let the thievery begin. Have fun, everyone. With that, Moonfeather disappeared with another puff of smoke, and the light returned to normal. Holding his chin, Max heaved a sigh. The management team is a crazier bunch of people than I initially thought. After Moonfeather disappeared, another person who looked like a normal office worker wearing a suit stepped up on the elevated platform. We will start by splitting Tier 2 players into 2 groups. Please watch the screen before we start shuffling. Max raised his head and looked at the screen, just as instructed. Everyone else did the same. A second later, the screen showed a tournament grid split into 2 sides with 5 empty boxes in the middle. The other boxes were filled with names. The man on the platform raised his hand and said, "Shuffle start." Once he said the voice command, the names on the screen started to scramble around, moving from one box to another. Max tried to follow his tag name, but it was useless. They were moving too fast for his eyes to follow. After a while, it stopped with a loud ding and showed the list of Group A and Group B. Please find your name. We shall start the first game in 5 minutes, with a random team. Good luck to all players. The man continued before stepping down from the platform and disappearing into the shadow. I found my name in Group B, Ranga spoke from the side with a gleeful voice. It seems we're in a different group. Good luck. Hearing that, Max nodded. He had also found his name on top of the Group A side. They would meet in the third game if they succeeded, meaning they wouldn't be able to advance to the final together. Still, Max had another problem before thinking about the third game. He looked at the name written right under him. Puppeteer. We're in the same group. Whether he wanted it or not, he had to face or be Puppeteer's teammate in the first 2 games. He just hoped to have a nice game with him and not be burdened with it. I guess this means I can test my skill against one of the top players in the world. While Puppeteer was a streamer, he also played in a pro league sometimes. Meaning, the man could also be considered a pro gamer in this circle. If Max could beat him, then that would be an achievement for himself. I guess I just have to do it. All the players were looking forward to the first game. Some Tier 2 players despaired that they had to face Puppeteer and Max early on. His name was spread enough to make him recognizable in this society. Laughing shyly, Max scratched his cheek. Ha ha ha, I am happy that you guys are confident and trust me. But let's not lower our guard. Our enemies are players who managed to advance to Day 2. They must have adequate skills to back the result. We can't look down on them. Yeah, I understand. Darky commented, but we need the confidence. We will win this. He shouted and raised his arm like a cheer before a sports competition. Yes, Yes, Sikoga exclaimed, raising her hand. Now, about the role, what should we do? We all know that Breeze will be the leader and will catch them all. I am confident in my ability to find the disguised thieves. Before Max could say anything regarding the role that Sikoga selfishly gave, Mothrikian spoke in a deep voice. I have many traps. Let me lay them around the boat escape. I also have traps. Lopez added in an accent that sounded like a Mexican accent from Max's past life. I better be alone and away from the NPC. So let me handle the West Hover car escape. Then I will support Breeze and be his sidekick. Darky pointed at himself with his thumb. I can run fast, you know. While I am not as fast as Breeze, but I have 89.7% SR. It's way lower than him, too. I know it, but trust me. It seemed like everything had been decided. This was the first time Max had teammates who looked at him with gazes filled with respect and adoration. Not one, but 4 of them. Is this what Puppeteer felt every time he played Midnight Heist? He thought, remembering the video he had watched before logging in. Anyway, they were definitely better than a troll or AFK teammates. He didn't know their skill level yet, but he could only trust their ability to reach this far. Nodding, he agreed to the plan. I guess the role division is over. And may I take the main communicator position and the one who gives instruction? After learning from Puppeteer's video, he wanted to try it at least once. Doing it in a tournament was a gamble, but everyone had their first, no. He was confident he would do well as long as he wasn't nervous. The basics were already in his head. Feel free to. Sikoga nodded excitedly. We will follow your instructions as best as we can. Yeah, I am stupid, so please direct me to my task. Darky added with a firm nod. I am your sidekick, after all. The way he said that was like a fan who had met his heroes and wasn't disappointed. He was proud of his position. Laughing bitterly, Max looked at the air. They would be teleported in 10 seconds. The first game had begun. Alright, once we get teleported, get in position. Sikoga, you go to the main building's hall. Darky, go to the second floor and report any strange NPC behavior to us. I will be standing outside the main building and laying down traps. Once the target gets stolen, I will give out further instructions. There was no need to stop them from stealing the target. Their goal was to win the match and to keep the thieves from escaping. Let's go. As he shouted that, the countdown hit 0 and the police officers were deployed in the underground cave map. The tournament version of the underground cave map was vast and dark. The main building stood with its back facing the large wall, making it possible for the thieves to only escape from 3 directions. Max was teleported to the main hall, Sikoga's post, and immediately activated his communication device. Move to the determined location immediately. Sikoga, I will watch the main hall until you arrive. If you find any suspicious individuals, report them to me. Save your handcuff until they steal the target. Got it. I am on my way to the second floor, leader. I am already on my post, setting up 1 trap. I am also ready to set the other traps once I can do that. Mothrikian reported. Lopez here, I also set up a trap near the hovercar's entrance. I am currently hiding behind a rock, please tell me if they head in my direction. Max looked around with a serious gaze as he listened to their report. The NPCs on this map were security guards, making it a little harder to distinguish from each other because they wore the same uniform. This map might be the worst for the police, but the same could be said for thieves. Once they are inside the building, they are like rats in a cat's house. He thought as he squinted his gaze. Although they look the same, making it harder to report to our teammates, finding the disguised thief is easier here. To find something suspicious among those guards was pretty easy. He just needed to compare their way of walking or their way of holding the baton strapped on their waist. Unfortunately, their movements were random, so he couldn't judge from where they were going. There is nothing suspicious here. He thought silently as he compared all the guards to one another. Either they are really good at acting or weren't in this main hall. At that moment, a voice rang from his communication device. It was a report from Sikoga. Breeze, I am outside the hall now and find something suspicious. You may want to look at this. Just outside the hall. All right. He responded to the unusual report and moved. Darky, change of plan. Go guard the east entrance that they can use to escape through the boat. We need to make sure they will try to escape using a hovercar. Really? Got it. I saw nothing suspicious here, so I will move to the east gate. Great. Max responded with a calm tone. Sikoga, place one trap near that entrance in the open ventilation. It will serve as your alarm. Go outside the main building and guard the main entrance. I think the thieves are trying to make us tired and waste our traps. We won't play their game and just wait. Are you sure? Sikoga asked back through the communication device. I am positive. I am in a vantage position and can't even see suspicious people. At least we can confirm the thieves are all inside the main building. We will make them regret this. All right then. You're the boss. You heard me, Mo3 Kian. Just leave the trap there and help Darky and Sikoga. The path to hovercar escape is narrower due to the extra terrain that's on our side. Try to set many traps while returning. Make them easier to spot and flashy so the thieves won't try to get close to that area. Instruction clear. I am moving now. No matter how many times he heard Mo3 Kian's voice, Max still wasn't used to it. His name, personality, and his voice didn't really match at all. The name was cute, but the voice was so deep, like the most manly person out there. Focus, Max. Anyway, that wasn't important. He had to focus on the game now. The waiting game had started. Whoever moved first would lose. But, if the thieves were late, they would also lose in default when the timer reached 0. So this waiting game really benefit the police players if they realized the thieves' plan. Max observed everything to ensure everything was fine. Once the alarm rang, he would get a weapon he could use from where he sat down. And that didn't require a long wait. Beep, beep, beep. An energy rifle appeared in his hand, and he put on a sniping position without hesitating. While there was no scope, he had a good aim and eyes, so that wasn't a problem. He could see a shadow moving inside the main building through the windows. Ladies and gentlemen, lay down all your traps. Here come the thieves, he announced to his teammates and grinned. Let's apprehend them all. If there was something that Max was unaware of before, it would be his skill with a firearm, especially a sniper rifle. It was something he discovered while playing Roach Planet. I am engaging 2 thieves now. I managed to shoot one, but the other was slipping past me. I don't think he has the target. Sorry, but I will cuff this one first and join soon. Sikoga reported with an urgent tone in her voice. I managed to catch one, but 2 slipped past me. One of them is holding a chalice, that might be the target. Darky's voice followed suit. I am cuffing the one I catch. It might take a few seconds. Please stop them. They had used their clown mask ability. I saw them, Max said calmly as he saw the target. 2 thieves wearing clown masks could be seen exiting the main building's entrance and trying to run east. No, you can't go that way, little thief. The one holding the target was his priority. If left alone, they would meet together and give Mo3 Kian trouble even with all the traps laid in the path toward the east escape way. Stopping them was a hard matter. But making them turn around was easy. The bullet is 2 times slower than the one in Roach Planet, I had to timing it right. He thought as he breathed deeply. He calculated where the thieves would run. And after, he was sure of it. Zoo. The trigger was pulled. An energy bullet that zapped through the air went toward the thief in the front, hitting him perfectly on the head. No one expected the bullet to come from above their head in this underground area. However, that didn't stop the other 2 from running. Max failed to hit the one holding the target. But that's enough. One thief was incapacitated for 30 seconds after getting hit on the head. It was enough time for Darky and Sikoga to arrive. In fact, both of them were now in Max's sight and began their chase while holding a rifle. Noticing the chase, the thieves ran faster toward the east entrance. But that was futile. Mo3 Kian appeared from the shadow behind a rock and activated all the traps. Many ball-shaped traps, mines, and even wires began to come to life, shining brightly. You can't pass this way. Mo3 Kian's deep voice scared the thieves. They suddenly stopped and the one holding the target shouted, "Turn around. There are too many traps and police nearby." He turned to his teammates, hoping that he had already turned around with him. Nonetheless, that was already too late. Zap. He noticed you, Ranga commented in surprise, which made Max look at him curiously. Puppeteer is famous for ignoring people who he deemed not meeting his standard. Of course, we're talking about pro players and streamers here. He acted normally with his fans. The blue-haired man explained, "The fact he noticed you means he recognized your skill." That was plentiful information. Max nodded in understanding but didn't take the word to heart. Once again, getting people's recognition was nice, but it didn't make your value go up or down. He was the one who knew his own value. But getting recognized by someone way above who is living my dreams somehow makes me satisfied. A smile graced his lips. While he was thinking that, the last game ended with Team 3's victory, and a 5-minute cooldown replaced the screen, letting the players rest. Using that 5 minutes, Max talked with Ranga about his game. The blue-haired man was pretty lucky, just like him. The enemy team had a troll who acted like a clown because he wasn't in the same team as Puppeteer, revealing the target and making the police group able to protect it with the highest security, which forced the thieves into a desperate attempt and lost. Max wasn't surprised at all. There was such an overzealous fan who couldn't make a better judgment and ended up embarrassed in front of their idol instead. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Max had no such fans yet. The 5-minute wait passed quickly. Many players were slightly tired from their previous game, but they had to continue. "Are you ready?" A loud announcement rang from the speakers once the countdown hit 0, and the screen showed the list of players divided into 2 boxes in each group. Everyone focused. Those in Group A desperately hoped to get a good teammate. Shuffle start. With the next announcement, everyone began to pray. Max looked at the screen calmly without changing his expression. The shuffle stopped, and the team decided. He calmly looked at the boxes to find his name in box 1. "And it seems to be an easy win for you," Ranga commented, "and I will probably suffer in the last third game even if I win this one." "Looks like it." Max nodded in agreement. For the second game, he and Puppeteer were on the same team. It was the first time they would play together. And with this, he was confident he would advance to the final without any problem. Map. Urban, Museum, Ranked. Your role is as a thief. Target. Ring of Fire. I can observe his skill closely to prepare for the final. This is a chance I can't miss. Max was teleported outside the Grand Museum with his teammates. The thief role was pretty perfect for judging Puppeteer's skill. Once everyone was teleported, he observed them calmly from the side. Puppeteer was wearing a ski mask and glide shoes. The mask's ability allowed the user to slide around as if they were on ice. Combined with glide shoes, the effect would be doubled, increasing his speed further and allowing him to move anywhere. Whether it was a wall or ceiling, nothing could stop him. A pretty unique combination but hard to use due to the skill one needs to move around in a 3D area. I am confident I can use it, but it will be hard for other players. That's why this combination isn't preferred. Rather than that, the monkey mask plus glide shoes or clown mask plus glide shoes were more common. In fact, 2 of his current teammates wore the former, while the last one wore the latter. Ooh, we are on Puppeteer's team. I am lucky. We will certainly win. Hee, let's win and advance to the final together. What happened in Max's last game also happened here. Moxie, Yulo-Tai, and Snicky all looked at Puppeteer and declared the team win immediately. However, their tone was more sure than that of his last teammates, who were now on the other team. Listening to them, Puppeteer only nodded. I hope you all work hard too. This is a team game, he said before turning to Max. And I believe this is our first meeting, Breeze. I have been looking forward to our meeting. Your skill has grown compared to the time when you played Night Journey. I am looking forward to working together. The ski-masked Puppeteer extended his hand. Max took it and nodded. Haha, me too. I've also been looking forward to meeting you since I heard your name. Let's compete fairly. There was no weird tension whatsoever, but the 3 teammates stayed silent. They finally realized that Max was in the team and muttered. Not only Puppeteer but also Breeze. Damn, isn't this an easy win? I bet both of them can steal the target even without us doing anything. Their comments were heard by both Max and Puppeteer. Max released his hand and looked at his teammates. Good luck and have fun. He said his usual greeting with a natural voice. Knowing Puppeteer had more experience, Max decided to ask him. So, what's the strategy to win this game? Ring of Fire is located on the second floor, which has the tightest security, considering the police can corner us from the first and third floor once the alarm rings. Not only did he not want to appear arrogant by giving out instructions, but he also wanted to know how Puppeteer dealt with this kind of game. He wanted to learn from the pros. Isn't that exciting? They celebrated the victory. Moxie, Yulo-Tai, and Snicky thanked everyone for their work and hoped for the best against Group B in their third match later. Max nodded and acknowledged his desire to work together until the final. Only then would they compete with each other. Puppeteer also agreed. He said some words before they got teleported back to the lobby. Sitting on the comfy sofa, Max noticed Group B's match was still ongoing. He decided to watch it to figure out the skill of his next enemies. Ranga was in the thief team, and he looked like he was struggling a lot. He's going to lose, Max assessed. True to his thought, Ranga's team was pushed and got apprehended one by one without being able to steal the target. A shame. I want to go against him at least once. He's been a good company for the day, he thought. The Group B winner team was teleported back to the lobby. They began to search each other and grouped to talk. Max glanced at Puppeteer, but the guy had just drunk alcohol again without even noticing him. I guess we don't need to do anything. Looking at their skill level, I think we will win the third game even with a rashly made plan. No matter how they cooked their plans, Max was confident his team would be able to win against them. However, the enemy team suddenly nodded at each other and walked to the party floor, where the elevated platform was located. They had determined faces as if deciding on something. All the players looked at them and saw strange behavior. Instantly, they became the spotlight. One of them, a guy with long black hair, stepped forward and declared in a loud voice. We'd like to concede. Hearing the declaration, all players immediately fell into a ruckus. Many who bet on Group B's victory shouted at the team. Cowards. Just play and go against them. At least hold them off for 5 minutes. Why did you concede? There is nothing wrong trying. You guys are coward. Let the other team play. Most Tier 1 players were angry at them for surrendering before even trying. Looking at them, Max also blinked his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? As someone who liked to compete, Max loved to go against the others to test his skill. Tournament only made it interesting and exciting. And now, they just had to make this already bad tournament felt even worse in his mouth. Can it get any worse than this? Max narrowed his eyes and tried not to get angry at his enemies out of his disappointment. He watched as the man who started the tournament appeared from the darkness and confronted them. Concede. Are you sure about this? Is it your decision or your team's? He asked while looking at them. Yes, we're sure. The representative of the team nodded. We talked about this before, and we decided to retire. I don't want to lose, but I also don't want to embarrass myself more. The next match is simply unbalanced. We don't think we stood a chance against Group A's team. Staring at them silently, the man in the suit muttered something into his communication device before nodding. Very well. This is unexpected for us too, so we will allow it. He said, raising his left hand and opening a screen that looked like a control panel. Anything left to say? There is nothing. Once again, the man nodded and pressed the screen. At that moment, the 5 people in front of him were engulfed in a blue light and disappeared. At the same time, announcements rang from the speakers. Tier 2 Group B has conceded. Players, Puppeteer, Breeze, Moxie, Yulo-Tai, and Snicky have advanced to the final on May 18th. Congratulations. Leave the lobby. YN. A screen popped up in front of Max, asking whether he would stay to watch the Tier 1 match or leave. He looked around and noticed Puppeteer disappeared without anyone noticing. It seemed like he had chosen to leave. I am disappointed. Max heaved a sigh and moved his hand toward, why? My excitement is just for nothing. I guess I will sleep for the day. With that, he disappeared from the lobby under everyone's gaze. Max arrived at his private lobby and entertained his viewers with a parkour show for a while before logging out. It hadn't been 2 hours since the tournament started, and the sun was still high in the sky. After a while, he calmed down and got embarrassed. Why the heck did he do that? No matter how happy he was, it was just a little bit too childish. Moving on, he knew there were several factors that made his video blow up, such as bloodsuckers editing in his channel. The most influential factor must be the video he made about the tournament and posted on his Strike account yesterday. After calming down, he checked it and realized the video had been shared more than 100,000 times, and the view had passed more than 1 million. He groaned in frustration. Why did he choose to upload it on Strike and not PunchTube? That would be good money. Oh, right. Suddenly, he realized something. No, more specifically, Max forgot about something pretty important. Today was May 16th. I forgot to withdraw my money from Punch again. He facepalmed and let out a long sigh. Fuck. Too many things were happening yesterday that I forgot to take my money. It was a disaster. Even if he withdrew it today, the money would only be sent at 30. This system was supposed to help the streamer so no one could hack their account and take the money. But when there was an incident like forgetting about something, it became troublesome. Well, I still have around 23 grand left in my account. I will just accumulate it and get a nice surprise at the end of the month to motivate me for Roach Planet's competition. Unfortunately, not even he could turn back time. But he could learn from his mistake. 2 mistakes. He set up an alarm for May 30th with a custom voice that he downloaded from a free website. The voice was pretty simple, and he liked it. It was a talking bird with a loud voice. Money time, money time, money time. Hearing the voice once again, Max nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, his stomach grumbled. He looked at the time, and it showed around 2 p.m. He decided to eat outside instead of making his own lunch to celebrate his advancement to the final. And there was only one restaurant that he had in mind to celebrate his victory. Let's eat in Nina's restaurant. Today would be the last time I would be able to see her. She will depart for culinary school tomorrow, so at least I have to meet her and ease her worry if there is any. Without a doubt, he would definitely regret it if he couldn't meet her and have a meal together today. After everything was ready, and he wore his usual black jacket, he exited his apartment with a smile on his face. He would relax today and do his best to forget Midnight Heist's disastrous tournament. Spicy noodles with a big serving of meat and an iced chocolate. That would be a perfect meal to celebrate this bitter victory. Nina was both nervous and excited. Nervous because tomorrow would be her departure day and excited because her best friend had just advanced to the final of a certain game tournament. As much as she wanted to call and celebrate it with him, she had the last preparation to do. On top of that, she felt the situation between them was still a bit awkward since that last outing. She was embarrassed that she cried in front of him and hugged him tightly. In fact, she hadn't even messaged him even once since that time. She planned to do it tonight and had the last talk before leaving. But for now, her preparation was more important. She couldn't leave without that last item. Dad, where is my apron? I put it in the laundry room to dry it yesterday. She shouted with her head peeking at the hallway. She was expecting an answer or a sight of her dad, Chef Rush, appearing from the end of the hallway. But what greeted her was silence. Where is he going? She grumbled in a low voice and walked down the hallway. Before, Chef Rush promised to help her prepare. It wasn't her fault for watching Max's livestream because she certainly couldn't miss one, but she only needed the final preparation now. Only an apron was left to put inside her bag, and she was ready for tomorrow morning. Dad. Nina entered the kitchen, having a feeling that her father was inside. If not in the living room, then he would test a new menu in the kitchen. When she moved the curtain, she spoke again. Are you here, Dad? Chef Rush was indeed inside. She saw him immediately standing behind a blazing stove. But, What she didn't expect was that Max was sitting on a chair in front of the desk they often used to test a new menu. Due to surprise, she froze in place. "Oh, you're here," Chef Rush said, raising his head. "The boy is here for you." "Afternoon, Nina." "Ha ha ha, I didn't know the restaurant was closed today." Chef Rush allowed me to come inside and try his new menu. Max scratched his cheek and laughed in a playful manner, just like how he usually was. There was no need to take a step further. Her feeling was that both of them realized it was better to be buried. "It's a shame I can't meet the girl that makes him fall, though," she mused in her mind. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind as she remembered that the girl Max fell in love with also lived in the same city. "Or I can." "Max, it's done." Before Nina could say anything, however, Chef Rush's voice interrupted. She immediately sent a death glare at her dad, which he brushed off as if it were nothing. "Eat first, then talk later." The giant chef put 2 bowls of noodles with red broth in front of them. A healthy heap of char siu was placed on top. "I will leave you both alone. And Nina, the apron is in the living room. You put it there this afternoon in a daze." "Ah, I see." Nina stuttered as her expression returned to normal. Thanks, Dad." Nodding, Chef Rush took off his chef hat and walked out of the kitchen. An awkward air brimmed between them again, but Max shattered it with a cough. "Earlier," he said, "you wanted to ask something. What is it?" "Ah, that." Nina hesitated now. The interruption earlier made her think twice. Still, she was so curious and at least wanted to meet that girl once. So she asked, "Do you think you can introduce me to Lily before I depart, Max? You know, I wanted to talk a little and be friends with her if possible." If there was something Max didn't expect from Nina's question, it would be this request. He looked a bit troubled, but eventually nodded. "I will ask her. Is tonight okay?" he asked. "She's probably free, and I also have no plans besides going to the park to exercise." "That's perfect," Nina exclaimed and clasped her hands. "Thanks." "It's nothing," he said, smiling softly. "Now, let's eat before the noodles become soggy. I don't want Chef Rush to get mad at me for wasting a perfectly fine noodle." "Ha ha ha, you're right." After returning from Nina's restaurant, Max sat on his apartment's balcony and contacted Lily. He explained Nina's request and asked for a favor from the girl. "That's why. Can you grant me this favor, Lily?" he asked earnestly and looked straight at her on the screen. Her beautiful face turned into a frown for a second before she hummed, thinking about it. After a while, she nodded to herself. "Do you like this Nina, Max?" Lily asked curiously, pouting slightly. "She's the waitress, right? The cute girl with a sun-like personality." Jealousy was evident from her voice and tone. Her gaze seemed to bore through the screen, and she would accept no lie. And there was no point in lying to her either. So Max responded truthfully. "I do like Nina, but not romantically." He said, "For what I could remember in my life, she had always been there for me. It would be strange if I said I hate her, no. Also, I have stopped her advanced subtlety. She knew about that, but we are still friends." He chuckled after seeing Lily's stupefied expression. She probably didn't really expect that answer at all. What she understood was like and disliked. As far as human emotion went, she wasn't really good at expressing it without her specialty, music. And from the movies she watched, those who got rejected and the one who rejected usually put distance between each other. So, this was a pretty strange situation for Lily. But then, Max's answer was satisfactory, at least for her. It made sense. Because when she put herself in his position, she would also say she liked Farron because they were friends. "I see." She nodded and smiled. "Tonight at the park." "Tonight at the park," Max confirmed with a nod, relieved that Lily accepted his favor. "Thanks, Lily. See you later." Video call ended. As much as he actually didn't want to ask for a favor, he wanted to make Nina's departure have as little regret as possible. And to do that, he wanted to grant her request. There will be no bad blood between them, right? He hoped sincerely, heaving a sigh. "I shouldn't worry too much. Nina and Lily are good girls. They will be good friends." Night arrived soon. Max stood in front of his apartment, hands in pockets. He leaned against a lamp pillar and waited for Nina to arrive. The park they agreed to meet was just a block away from his apartment. And because Nina never visited, he decided to wait for her in this place. The short-haired girl's eyes were shining. The intent to befriend her was genuine, and there was no hidden intention at all. "I don't mind," Lily answered with a weak smile, still overwhelmed by the energy the other party gushed. It reminded her of Farron and their first meeting. "Let's get along well." "Yay!" Nina cheered in happiness as she hugged the other party. "Let's get along well, hee hee. I can call you Lily, right? I have so much to talk about with you." After releasing Lily, Nina pulled her hand and went to the nearby bench. Lily looked more troubled and sent a signal for help to Max, which he ignored again splendidly. "Wow, what a beautiful pillar," he said in an emotionless tone and a fake smile. He would let the two girls talk to each other without bothering them. Because she was forcefully pulled to the bench, Lily had no choice but to sit next to the cheerful girl. She looked at her, waiting for Nina to speak first. "Max won't be able to hear us here." Nina broke the awkwardness with a smile. "Sorry to be so forceful in our first meeting, but I have a question that I am so curious about." Sensing the change in Nina's mood, Lily also reacted accordingly. She nodded with her usual cold expression. "Me too. After hearing something from Max, I have a question for you too," she said. "I will answer your questions later, but first." Nina's voice died down a little and her expression turned serious. "Can you take care of Max for me? Even if he looks like he can do everything by himself, he's actually pretty weak inside. So, please promise me. Please take care of him." Lily nodded. It seemed like she had a wrong idea of Nina. "I thought she would be angry, but she's only worried about Max." She thought, "She's so kind." She didn't need to ask her question now. She began to like Nina as an individual and happily accepted her as a real friend. "I promise," Lily answered seriously, smiling gently. "Please trust me. I will trust your words." Nina giggled and her cheery expression returned. Then, she clasped her hands as if remembering something. "Oh right, let's exchange contact information too. I want to invite you to a private server where I act as the moderator. I promise it will be fun." "Sure." On the side, Max looked at them but was unable to hear their conversation. However, it seemed like everything went pretty well, considering both of them were smiling now. "I am glad," he thought, patting his chest. There was something hard underneath his shirt. It was a makeshift armor he made in case something bad happened. "It seems that I don't need to take some hits. That's a relief." Both girls talked until late at night. When they were done, Lily was picked up by Stone Sword. While the girls were chatting, Stone Sword approached Max. "I believe you aren't dense." Spencer's heir, now with a curtain hairstyle, whispered to him. Max's response was a short snort. "Please don't worry. I just want to find an opportunity." He replied, "There is still too much to do in this short amount of time. And it's not exactly the best time for me. I want to be ready." "Good." Stone Sword was satisfied with the answer, "but be quick. Next month, our parents will meet us to see our situation. There will be a party at that time, and they have a little plan that I don't quite like." Hearing that, Max looked at Stone Sword and raised his eyebrows. The man met his eyes and frowned. "We live in a high society despite not showing it off. There are some interests in us, especially Lily." Stone Sword explained in an easy-to-understand manner with a displeased tone. He clearly hated even touching the topic. "Not all those interests and attentions are pleasant. You should be careful too. Some jealous young masters or selfish people might want to disturb your activities. If that happens, contact me or Biozone Entertainment. We will help. I will keep that in mind." Max nodded in understanding, thankful for the warning and the help he offered. The girls' conversation ended at that time and Lily bid them farewell. Nina waved her hand until the hovercar they rode was gone and began to ask many questions about Stone Sword. It seemed like Nina failed to recognize him in the dark until Lily called him brother when they entered the car. It continued until Max dropped her in front of her home. After that, He broke off and returned to his apartment. While walking alone, he remembered Stonesward's warning. Crazy fans, I guess. Young masters, maybe those who covet the Spencer family's wealth, and selfish people. Yeah, I can imagine Lily having crazy followers. Her anonymous music account, White Lily, has more than 3 million followers. There must be one or two who connected the dots between White Lily and Lily Pixel based on her voice alone. And she wasn't exactly anonymous by having a name so close to her real name like that. Sometimes I wonder whether she did it on purpose or just ignorant about it. Getting close to someone meant sharing their burdens and problems. Naturally, they would also take his burdens and problems too. It was just natural in a relationship between people. I guess I just need to prepare my mind more than material preparation. Left alone, Max wondered what to do. Only an email that reminded him about the money withdrawal from Punch, which made him feel a little bitter, showed up in his list. There was nothing else to do for a 2-month-old streamer like him. At least, not yet. I hope Mr. Taka finds someone responsible for me soon, as I want to step up my game. It's been 2 weeks since we talked about it. And Flexi. Well, I can't rush him. I will trust him to find me a good manager with Lisa's connection. He's probably still busy gathering players for the scrim right now. After considering what to do, Max decided to go home and relax, maybe stream something at 6 p.m. later. Mr. Taka was troubled by Midnight Heist's management team. He noticed the sales had decreased since the atrocious tournament rule. If there was something he was grateful about, it was Breeze's fast response and his sense of selflessness that saved the game from getting too much backlash. The video he created helped a lot. It was the correct decision to ask the media social department to share the video everywhere. As a result, the video went viral and reduced the players' protest. Now, Mr. Taka felt indebted to the young man once again. He felt like he needed to find the person responsible for him soon. There are many people available, but I can't trust them with Breeze. He's just too valuable for those people to handle. They are too arrogant and probably will try to control him to their liking. That can't happen. The golden goose needed to be protected and cultivated slowly. Mr. Taka was sure of Breeze's capability to reach the top. He needed to be treated well to ensure he would be comfortable working with Biozone Entertainment for a long time. A file containing the names of the employees who potentially became Breeze's assistants in Biozone Entertainment and dealt with ad offers was put nicely in a folder. But none of them was satisfactory. Most of them were new employees who had just begun to work in the last 3 years. Should I just deal with Breeze myself? Or, scrolling through the file, Mr. Taka stopped at a certain name. He didn't know that this employee was actually available and willing to take this job. Michael Lamb. Mr. Taka muttered in wonder, stroking his chin. So far, he was the best choice. Not only did he work with Breeze before, but he was also professional enough not to let his personal feelings cloud his judgment. From the file written in his resume, it seemed like he also had done many deals with big clients. If it were him, he would be able to pick the best ad offers for Breeze. He also learned about Breeze when I gave him the job. I should trust him and assign him as Breeze's assistant. I was already late enough. He will need the assistant soon as his name is more known now. And after the decision was made, everything moved pretty fast. Mr. Taka dealt with the legal documents and called Michael to talk about it directly. And the man agreed readily. Great. I will have you contact him soon and formally ask you to assist him in every matter involving Biozone Entertainment. I hope you give your best ability to pick the best decision for him. Mr. Taka said in a serious tone. You may retreat now. Yes, sir. Michael answered, and he walked out of his office. Having everything settled nicely, Mr. Taka sighed tiredly and massaged his temple. There was still an endless amount of work. No rest for the wicked. The final day arrived. It's time for the Tier 2 tournament final. Standing on the elevated platform in Midnight Heist's tournament lobby was Moonfeather. He announced the start of the final for the Tier 2 tournament. In the audience, 5 players were seated. They were a little bit away from each other, except for Ulotai and Snicky, who sat side by side. Tier 1 players apparently had their final at night, so they weren't present by now. Max listened attentively as Moonfeather continued. There will only be one game with a special rule for the final. 5 players will be teleported to one big map to get the highest point, and we will get the top 5 from the final ranking. From the sound of it, the final game would be different from a normal or a ranked game. 5 players will compete with each other to steal and stop other people from stealing. Moonfeather explained. Each person will be given a tranquilizer gun, which will stun your opponent for 3 seconds if hit, and shoes of your choice. A free-for-all game. Max understood the concept but was waiting for the explanation about the game itself. The game is simple. Moonfeather clapped his hands, and a small screen appeared in front of all the players. Max looked at it, and it showed a 3D map of a small city with some buildings, skyscrapers, and residential areas. 5 large buildings were highlighted with red lights: a bank, a museum, a midnight club, a luxurious house, and a private school. Are we going to steal from those 5 areas? Max thought as he raised his head, looking at Moonfeather. Max looked at the panel and noticed that he could not only choose his shoes but also custom his clothes. This was a good advantage for a cheapskate like him to try the costumes. He had live-streamed this final already, and his viewers probably rushed him to change his clothes when they saw this. Well, let's try to be fashionable for a day in the midnight heist. While he said he would be fashionable for a day, the clothes he chose were those familiar to him. He chose a black jacket with blue lining on top of a simple black shirt and black cargo pants that were easy to move in as he would be required to move fast later. His choice of shoes was jump shoes. Its use was already proven and tested. Changing it at this moment would be stupid of him. Besides, looking at the map earlier, he could find a few spots that would require these shoes' ability. I am ready, he said as a tranquilizer gun that looked like a handgun, Glock 17, appeared in his hand. The countdown on top of the panel showed 20 seconds. In the meantime, he stretched his arms and legs, a ritual for him before he did parkour. He planned to use all his techniques and skills to get the best result. When the countdown reached 0, the black space melted like glitches, and he found himself in the middle of the city, surrounded by skyscrapers and a half-transparent blue wall behind him. He first noticed the mini-map at the edge of his vision. He could see it clearly without zooming it in. There were 2 markers on it, a blue arrow representing himself and a red circle representing the target. And based on the map, the target seemed to be in the museum located right on the other side of the map. Fuck. This time, the goddess of RNG had cursed him. I have no time to stand around. He shouted and began to sprint toward the target while holding the tranquilizer gun. And thus, Midnight Heist's tournament final began. Getting to the first target would be impossible before the other players who spawned close to it. Hence, Max chose to get to the school, which was located halfway and the location where the thief who got the target would visit to score a point. The tournament was 30 minutes long. It was a short game. Each point would be a precious commodity that all players sought. Arriving at the school, Max climbed the fence and stood on it. The first he noticed was a pedestal on the field, around 1 meter high. It had a blue glow that caught everyone's attention. That must be it. But he looked around the area and noticed another pedestal on the roof and one near the gym. There are other pedestals, I won't be surprised if there are some inside the school too. I guess it's to prevent the players from camping around it. Still, Max didn't really mind that. The target was still shown in the mini-map, although it was now moving toward his direction. Someone had taken it and was now on their way to earn a point. Looking at its general direction, Max muttered, "That way, huh?" He jumped down the fence and landed spectacularly before breaking into a run. After getting a good look at the school, he knew camping would be useless without working with the other players. And working with other players was forbidden by the rules. So, the best bet was to wait on the path between the target and the school and steal it at that moment. He will pass this way. Stopping at a 3-way intersection 100 meters from the school, Max hid behind a building pillar while looking at the minimap. According to the speed, the one holding the target would arrive in 10 seconds. The red dot was slowly approaching him. He was ready to jump, shoot, and snatch the target. However, something unexpected happened. The red dot suddenly made a 90-degree turn and went to the left just before the intersection, through the building. Max's eyes widened in surprise, and he jumped out from his hiding place, looking at the place where the red dot was. At that moment, he realized he hadn't played this game a lot yet. God damn it. Two people appeared from the intersection. They were Moxie and Yulo Tai. Noticing Max, the former shouted, "Puppeteer, get the target. If you don't want him to score, then you better chase after him." It was close to Max's location. He immediately activated his shoes and jumped high, landing on the street on the east. He ran fast and arrived at the Midnight Club just 20 seconds later. There was no sign of other thieves yet. They probably waited around the school to snatch the target or were on the run now. Both weren't important, it was the risk that Max could take. Locating the target with the minimap was pretty easy. He found it on the first floor of the Midnight Club. The target was in the form of a card with a red highlight. They changed it to something easy to hold, huh? Good job, devs. Having a jacket was a good decision. He hid the card in the inner pocket. At that time, he heard the door opening. Someone had broken in. Blending with the NPCs on the first floor, Max secretly went to the second floor and exited through the window. He hung on the ledge and dropped to the ground safely before running toward the school. However, it wasn't smooth sailing. Got you. Snicky jumped from the shadow of a building and shot him. The energy bullet flew right to his face, and he dodged it by twisting his body. At the same time, he shot back, and the bullet hit his opponent, paralyzing him for 3 seconds. Try quieter next time, Max said as he passed through Snicky and went toward the small street between houses in the residential area. As long as Puppeteer didn't hinder him, he would be able to score a point. He hoped his hardest opponent would get the same strategy as him from before, waiting near the school for the next target to appear. But that didn't happen. The opponent was an experienced player. Instead of waiting, he liked to hunt. Just as Max ran into the alleyway, he suddenly stopped because he heard the wind split. He followed his instinct and jumped back. Just as he did that, an energy bullet hit the ground from the sky where he stood earlier. Looking up, he saw a shadow standing on a roof. The muzzler of a tranquilizing gun was pointed at him. Puppeteer, he growled. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.